for a major last year. Unfortunately, they couldn't attend in Austin, and now they've changed the lineup. Tomajin, Timo, Buddha, Kassin, and Nacho have been going through hell to get to this stage of the tournament. As we pointed out, they started things off with a loss to Imperial in the first round. Then it was a 2-1 win over Galorus, a 2-0 win over LP, and another 2-0 win over Fluxo yesterday. And they had to play an overtime map in every single one of their series so far. A lot of them, they've been able to win. It hasn't been a clean route here into the top 3, but BESTIA are looking like one of the most dangerous team in this entire qualifier as of right now.
So I'm rolling back the time in which last time these two teams met against each other, and unlike all the others in this group of teams in the close qualifier, it's been quite some time. Last being January, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about 6 months ago, 7 months ago. I forgot how to count, but yeah, it's really hard to stack up these two teams next to one another, as it's not as difficult with other rosters in this tournament altogether. But yeah, so really can't rely on those facts. It's safe to say that coming into this one, BESTIA, bigger names, more experience, big organization. But this is the best chance BESTIA have ever had to start playing more international events. Right,
sure.
BESTIA need to get some international events under their belt if they want to start competing for major competitions, if they want to show that this Argentinian org can be up there amongst the other big South American teams. And for this reason, this game, together with the next matchup against MIBR, if they end up winning, all this close qualifier is so damn important for them. As we jump into the veto, Anubis and Inferno out of the gate already. Nuke being picked up by Shinden. For some reason, it's been a wonderful place for them to be. We were questioning why they would pick it up against MIBR yesterday, but they still proved the haters wrong. I mean, overtime was required. What was very close, never ended up winning it, but still dangerous on that nevertheless. Dust2 is BESTIA's pick, and we'll end things on Mirage.
Yeah, the veto's looking pretty interesting, by the way, because both teams don't play Anubis, but Shinden still remove it straight away. And BESTIA, they decide, hey, you know what? We're just going to get rid of Inferno. It's your best map. It's a map on which you're probably going to be able to punish us. So if we can get rid of that, then we're forcing you to go for something like a nuke, which we like quite a lot, right? We saw it yesterday against Fluxo. BESTIA are a decent nuke team, especially when they get to start on the CT side. And for the side of Shinden, don't let the results fool you. These losses are against very good oppositions, right? MIBR, Imperial, Bounty Hunters, Imperial again, and the Imperial and MIBR maps have all been very close, so their nuke is not bad. But I feel like when you look at the veto straight away, you can clearly see that BESTIA are probably going to be the happier out of the two teams, right? Shinden literally remove a map that BESTIA don't care about. BESTIA can get rid of Inferno and then play a bunch of maps that they're more than all right with.
It feels like if you're Shinden, you're jumping into the series as slightly handicapped in regards to what maps your opponents are playing. You don't want to risk playing other maps that BESTIA don't really mind not going into. So with this, you're right, BESTIA do seem a little bit more favored in this. And the fact that they'll be happy with the first maps as well in the competition, right? We're not talking about them feeling comfortable about the second, about the decider. Nuke is already a decent showing for them. So for that reason, it's going to be a hard time for Shinden overall. But there's one thing that I feel like Shinden have got in their favor, and that is the form and the nothing to lose attitude that these guys can have, right? I think they're coming into this tournament as one of the dark horses, and the impact a lot of these players can have on that carefree attitude. We're talking about some individuals that can do a lot of damage. You were mentioning Tommy, the fragging IGL. We're talking about Ivs as well on that AWP. Some, you know, a lot can be done from these guys if they're given that momentum. But yeah, as you can see from the predictions below of our own, we think it's still going to be a hard road ahead. BESTIA also could match them on that individual level.
I just think it's the momentum, right? When you're looking at the road that BESTIA have been able to walk on, it's so many consecutive games now that they've been able to get under their belts. And for Shinden, I feel like they've been one of the most pleasant surprises, if not the most pleasant surprise of this entire tournament. But the truth is, against Imperial was a very labored affair, and then against MIBR, we clearly did see that after dropping that nuke as the first map, they did fall down on Mirage in terms of their mental, right? So I feel like going into today is going to be a little bit more difficult against someone like BESTIA, because again, we're talking about a bit of countrymen, I guess, rivalry to some extent, and we are thinking we are anticipating BESTIA to know Shinden a little bit better, and obviously vice versa. But this is definitely going to be that type of a game in which Shinden want to prove themselves, right? As you pointed out, it's been such a long time since those two sides have played against each other, and last time Bestia won in a 2-0 fashion. An interesting detail about that game was Bestia still had Nocti back then, who was the previous IGO of the team, and Nacho was on the side of Shinden in that game. Now, obviously, this was one of the last games that he played as a Shinden player before he joined over Bestia, right? And he spent around 1 year on Shinden previously. So even for him, this is a bit of a grudge match, right? He's going up against his ex-teammates. You've got Guti, who's coming in as the replacement to try and show that he is better than his predecessor almost, and maybe he's going to be the right man for the job. So this is a derby that has its own storylines and its own history as well going into it.
I mean, there's another storyline here as well, Ted, is that during this tournament, it's after the player break, a lot of the teams have made some very recent changes to core members of their lineup, some more complete than others, right? More is just, some are just putting in, slotting in a few players. But both of these teams have not touched their roster in the past couple of months. I guess that the only thing that you can consider is touch, which is major, but it's behind the scenes, is that coaching staff, TG, jumping in earlier this, well, I would say this month, but we're already in August, so yeah, happy month, everybody. TG joining in at the last stage of the tournament. Exactly, just 11 days ago. And Minro for Shinden also coming in at the end of May. But yeah, in regards to the 5-man on the server, we're talking about two teams that haven't really touched this lineup. This is kind of long in this project for both of them, and they've taken advantage of it, right? They played up against other teams, looked a little bit more shaky, still not fully fledged with their lineups. And I think this is one of the key reasons why we're seeing these two teams up until this point. There's more growth in their storyline as a unit, but now they'll be facing up against each other. So now it's time to show which unit is the most superior.
Yeah, and if we're talking about individuals, because I think this is a conversation that's worth having as well, you're looking at guys like Guti, right? We're having...
Top 2 es el que gana acá. Pum, define acá. Gane el que gane, a muerte, confío, para jugar la MIBR a continuación y buscar el slot de un torneo tier S.
A ver, chatbot. ¿Oficial una ronda, Tomasín?
Agita, Tomasín. Más tempranito, nos levantamos a las 7 de la mañana para ver a Mouse campeón. Te ganó 3-1 en la final a Spirit. Veo 5 a la Blast. Próximo compromiso de esos equipos.
Me gusta el ambiente. Timo, la ronda que cerraba el mapa, el Nuke contra Fluxo.
Uy, Timo, pusiste.
Uy, Timo, pero tiró un faquio a cámara.
Bueno.
Hizo el clutch y hizo.
Carson también la hizo, fue divertido. ¡Animalito!
Buen animal.
Y hay un gatito ahí también.
Sí. Falta el team abejitas.
Vamos a ver, ahí están las abejitas ahí para revolear.
Sí, no.
De a poquito, de a poquito.
Cuando lleguen todos vas a ver.
Yo puse a cargar el otro celu.
El team abejita llega más tarde. Ah, no publiqué en mi canal de difusión, eso también.
Eso también ayuda. No publiqué en mi Discord, eso también ayuda. Lo que pasa es que estar con el celu haciendo todo, muchacho, no se puede. Extraño tenerla. Me acostumbré al.
¿A qué?
A producir con OBS.
Ah, claro.
Che, y ya tenés el de la Marúa. Hay de todo. Distintos horarios. Así que nada, hay expectativa por este partido. Se miden dos grandes equipos, el segundo y el tercero de la Argentina y uno de los mejores de la región. 11 hoy dice el ranking para lo que es para lo que es Bestia, y 14 para Shinden, pero está ahí nomás y viene escalando. Así que nada, Bestia tiene la presión, es el favorito porque necesita un torneo de ese nivel para poder sumar puntos, solo por competir y además porque te da la posibilidad de ganar a equipos más importantes. Eso te permite sumar más puntos. ¿Se entiende? Hasta ahí, ¿por qué digo? Apenas me conté ayer, me puse... Muy bien. Muy bien, Nelson. Así que nada, ahí está la cuestión. Del contexto, del análisis previo.
¿Se viene? Sí, señores, estamos en la ronda número 1. Arranca esta segunda tanda, este segundo turno, mejor dicho, de horario de counter. Y muy tempranito de la Blast. Ahora estamos en esta close. Se define quién va a ir al torneo main. Para eso, primero tiene que jugar este clásico argentino y para eso después el ganador contra MIBR. Y estamos en vivo en directo, la primera rondita. Ladies and gentlemen, no hay más predicción porque terminó la temporada, amigos. Terminó la temporada, la próxima temporada es el 12 de agosto. Terminó todo.
Esto cuando termina la temporada de tu serie, bueno, lo mismo.
En el último mapa de la gran final, llegaron a un monitor faltando con 20.000 fichas de diferencia, nada más.
Aplausos. A la Fede, está la predicción, amigos, voten, voten.
Y después ya los terceros guardias ya están a 3 millones, están lejos. Entonces,
hacé pedido, Jurito, che, Barbula. Tené cuidado porque
bueno, el huevito con la primera.
La predicción va cuando arranca el mapa. Así que usted tiene que aprender a no apurar porque
5
si
de
no,
4. A ver quién va a conectar. Guti. Le hemos visto muy tenso Guti en estos días. Por clave de su equipo. En cuanto sus 3 quiere la primera, el equipo de Bestia se cierra casi. No conecta Tommy G, que también lo comía junto a Guti. 3v3 está la cosa ahora. Empieza a moverse Toma así. Mientras que por afuera ya tiene todo el control. Iván, que solidifica mucho. Estático el model. Lo piquea Nacho. La ventaja vuelve a ser para el equipo de Bestia. Los equipos argentinos. Uno va a llegar a definir hoy el slot contra Brasil, contra MIBR. Timo. Mira muy tenso también el Timo. Hemos visto destacar mucho con las Deagles, como siempre. El uruguayo. Queda solo el capitán de Shinden. Mientras que en Bestia queda Nacho y Tomasín. Hablando de miras fuertes. Estos dos la tienen de sobra,
Este partido se veo 3. Es una consolidation final igual, no es una final.
Bueno. Estamos en el super clásico argentino. Tommy G que corre y no lo llegó a ver. Y Tomasín dice presente. 1-0 para Bestia.
Contamos la primera pistolita de la serie al equipo de Bestia. Bestia que es su cuarto partido desde el Lower. No nos olvidemos que cayó al Lower en el primer partido Bestia en su debut contra Imperial. Serie que perdió 2-0. Mientras que Shinden es su primer partido en el Lower. Shinden le ganó 2-0 a Galoris, 2-1 a Imperial. Y cayó en el día de ayer en la Upper Final contra MIBR.
Nacho basically on it. This is the first time that he's playing against Bestia. First time that he gets to prove that he could be a little bit better than his predecessor. And also first game that has a lot of pressure on his shoulders.
Very true. Margin with first blood. And Shinden closing on ramp. Full four-man force. Full four-man force. That sounds a bit like a tongue twister. Not me. Taking care of Cassind. He was trying to take an off angle. Quite risky though. Ends up being collected. And Famas now in the hands of Ivs. High ground for Shinden. This potentially looks like an A hit. And Bestie, are they fully prepared for this? It's weird. Naz also creating a lurk for himself. Shinden are in a very good spot.
They know there's a chance. Nacho was looking in towards heaven. That's why he smoked in towards the hut and he's gonna try and push single door. Naz has got a good position. Refract should come through. It's a little bit later out of Buddha. So able to get one, but the refracts are still coming in.
Again, the positions just providing Shinden that step up in regards to being able to convert on trades.
We're going B.
It's hard to imagine what the right call is. You're right, but the margins on the other side of the map won't be able to help. Timo can hear the commotion.
Is that a fake?
It might be best to end up with the kill. Tells his teammate to stick around near the A site instead of going back in a hat. goes in for the fake, breaks his opponent's ankles, and buys enough time for Timo to also jump in. Expensive, dangerous, but still one that Bestia collects.
And it's still a force buy, by the way, so they're not going to mind picking up the round. It doesn't really matter how many people you lose. I mean, obviously, you would have loved to keep it cleaner, but in the end of the day, the most important thing is the round on the board. That was such an impactful play coming out of Tomajan and Timo. They make it very, very close, but they wanted to fake it out. Send one player to run in towards B, try and gather the information, because you probably thought the CTs would try and play this one together. So you weren't ready for Tomajan on that A-bomb side, and he faces them, plays with so much confidence. A lot of players would have backed off, by the way, in his position. They would have tried to play their lives in towards single door and towards HUD. Tomajan just walks onto the bomb side. He wanted the fight.
It shouts about his confidence, right? We were talking about how this man is one of the key aspects of Bestia's fragging capabilities. How big of a star he can be. And when he's playing confident like this, just proves that point tenfold. Now, Shinden limited to just the pistols. Only Ibs hasn't upgraded his default Glock.
The Argentinian scene is becoming very excited in the last couple of weeks, I want to say, because you've got Tomajan, you've got Luchov, obviously, who's breaking through at 9C. And won a trophy not too long ago, right? 9C's now won the XTC Pro League Guangzhou, and Luchov is looking good. And you can say the same for young man Tomajan. So there's a couple of Argentinian players that are actually in a very good spot now. You've got Marin and Luchov on the side of 9Z. Obviously, you've got on BESTIA and Shinden. There's 8 Argentine players in total. And you've got some others spread around different teams. It feels like the Argentinian scene has very much progressed over the course of the last couple of months. And I know South America was always only Brazil, right? And just the Americas region was always only Brazil. For the most part, yeah. But now it kind of feels like all the other countries are starting to put forward their own talents, right? Uruguay, Chile, Argentina.
Finally having a piece of the continent.
You could argue that they have more talents than North America does now. It's a very easy argument to win, actually.
Yeah, you wouldn't have to argue for long.
No. Poor NA.
Yeah, it's been rough. Margin, look at you. Sneaky bugger. Going right past smokes. Threading the needle. Ending up with a pick and doubles down. This man just cannot be stopped. Has upgraded his AK now for his troubles. Tommy might be shutting him down, but perhaps job has been completed. 44 seconds on the clock, and Shinden now to replan.
Yeah, the fact that Tomajan was still in towards outside speaks about his cockiness even to some extent, but he's able to go above and beyond. A double kill out of nowhere, and the bomb dropped outside. Cassin, bonus damage, able to drop Abyss. And it's Tomajan once again thrown into the clutch. He knows where Cassin was. It doesn't really look like he's going to try and go down B. He's got only 20 seconds. He needs to start making a move on. He doesn't have time for this. He can't clear all these angles.
15 seconds. Nacho for now unspotted. He's being approached by the molly, but the bomb needs to go down, and Nacho was even considering a knife. I bet his gears were grinding in that moment in his mind. But no, Bestia end up with the 4th. Now, Ted, a little bit of a question on your end as well. I feel like Bestia, the ceiling that some of these players have on their roster is tremendous, right? Tomajan, Cassin, Buda, all of them. Timo, especially highlighted from this lower bracket run. But we have seen their floor on many occasions, right? It may not be low, but their floor, you know, exists, and it's been visible. How does a team try and limit that type of floor?
I feel like a lot of it comes down to the style of the team, right? And with these guys, it's all about confident play, all about rapid Counter-Strike. And sometimes when you're winning the fights and when you start winning games consecutively, this is when you play your best Counter-Strike. I feel like we're catching Bestia in that type of a state. Maybe they weren't in it at the start of the event, but now with a couple of best of 3s, I feel like it's all about them building up some character, right? Is the fact that they went through some of these overtime, some of these very tight affairs, and they were able to come out on top. Nacho will clear out Abyss.
Story arc, right? It's their hero's journey.
Yeah, but a specific answer to your question would be you hide the floor when individually you're sharp enough. So even if tactically there's some gaps, it doesn't go to it. I feel like MIBR is the only team in this qualifier that could expose that potentially. If Bestia have some issues in that department.
Fair. Well, a couple of teams have already gone in close. Bestia only losing a series to Imperial, who have been knocked out of competition. Shinden playing a role in that.
Yeah, the thing is with Bestia, I do believe that especially back when they were with Nocti, they were one of the teams in South America that were actually trying to play more structured Counter-Strike and more correct Counter-Strike, right? They do have an identity, right? But they do resemble a Spanish team to some extent when it comes down to the style, right? The craziness is a lot more reminiscent to the style of a team like Gentlemates than it is to the craziness of Brazilian teams. And not just because of the language, but because of the way that they use the Opers, the fact that they're a little bit more aggressive, because of the way that they have one or two rifles that are always initiating and running heads first. They've got IGLs that want to be very, very proactive.
That's a fair point.
And they are momentum-based to a very large extent, but with Bestia, they have proven that there is a little bit more depth to it, right? It's not only momentum, right? If it was just momentum, they wouldn't have won all of these overtime affairs where they themselves made a lot of mistakes.
No, they had to dig deep in many of those occasions. You're right. Now Shinden, a very important buy round for them to retrieve straight out of Huts. Fraggy ends up with the first blood. Nacho also blinded. Tommy's utility has been superb this round, and it basically gives Shinden their first round of the game.
That's something that they needed. And they need it desperately. And it's a good approach, by the way. Things have not really been working out when it comes down to the defaults and trying to take that outside control. So you just group up and go for a bit of an A-pop, switch up the tempo a little bit with something dangerous and a bit different. You just test out the protocols of Bestia pretty much. And this time around, no one goes crazy. Fraggedy with a big double kill. And those were his first 2 frags of this entire map. As we said, he's been their best player. So for him to have a slow start is not ideal, but this is T-side nuke we're talking about. So you don't really need all the rounds in the world. You get away with 4 rounds, 5 rounds, you're in a fantastic spot. Sometimes even 3 rounds could be enough. It's just that you're putting a lot of emphasis on the start of the second half then.
That's fair. But I feel like one of the reasons why Shinden feel confident on the T side, I won't say they're successful, because even though they've had close results against good teams, they don't have a positive record on it. But the reason why they're so willing to play it and have confidence that they can do pretty well is due to the sheer amount of T rounds that they've been getting, right? I'm like looking at the T round win percentage, and it's at that 43.9%. And that's way more than the average.
It definitely is.
If you're not getting the T-side rounds early, then you may be in a bit of trouble, but it seems the trouble's not appearing right now.
Yeah.
Tommy Judge and Fragedy get one pick on trade, and then all of a sudden, Bestia scrambling to pick up.
The problems have been fixed, it seems. Nacho's been taken down as well. What's happened with Shinden? They've just shifted into a completely different gear. I mean, Timo's here, but he needs a crazy multi-kill if he wants to steal this round away. He's in a 1v5 practically.
Economically difficult as well, Timo. The only one that doesn't really have a full amount of buy available to him. Bestia likely to struggle on the next, and a timeout's called off the back of it. Unfortunate that we didn't get to see the first few kills from Shinden. Didn't quite get to see exactly how it was done. But I think it was near Squeaky, into vents. That's where it all unfolded. I don't think Bestia went over aggressive. I think they just got caught.
Yeah, I feel like that's the main thing with Shinden, and the fact that they are a team that likes to test the waters, right? Just feel what the server is going to be like, and then you might enter a little bit later on. Maybe you need a little bit of time to identify some of the gaps in the game of Bestia on the CT side. Shout out 80kgear.com. Go and check them out. Best peripherals out there. You have a banner below the stream as well, but that has been the team the one team that has been having a lot of success on the T side. Best T sided team actually in this entire qualifier so far. The only one that is standing on over 55% win rate on all of their T side rounds is Shinden.
Yeah, really good performance from Tommy Jed as well. I think his kill contribution is way more than his kill count.
It is interesting because these are the two best T side teams, right? And on CT side, both of them actually experienced some issues. They're not even in the top 4, not even in the top 5 when it comes down to their CT sides, but T sides, number 1 and number 2, right there in front of you.
Mint on the clock. If you're looking at Bestia's belts, not much utility available to them, just a smoke and a flash. Cassandro may have the best case scenario, lingers on pulling the trigger, hoping his opponents jump fully into his screen. That doesn't end up to happening, ends up falling back.
Yeah,
Does
a little
Shinden
bit of
continue to
sleep.
pursue ramp?
A bit of sleep of the wheel there, Cassin, right? It felt like that would have been a free kill. He just didn't pull the trigger in time. Yeah, as you said, when it comes down to the ramp, it feels like this is just a fake. The bomb is still making its way in towards the A-bomb side. They've left Nacho here, but he's got Tomashin towards the back. Bestia have not over-rotated. They're ready for this.
How ready is the question? Nacho, unable to trade his life, has put Tomashin in a very difficult position. Timo assisting from the high ground, and all of a sudden Shinden realized there's quite a lot of complexity to this. Ab is closing up the gap from behind, has told his team, chill, we've got this under control. Low HP onto Fragedy could cause issues for this attack. Pass play from Cassin. Fragedy's down, which leaves Abyss by himself. High ground for him. He's done damage to Cassin. One bullet should do the job. Buddha closing in, looking for the alternative angle. But it's down to him to try and toy with a potential defuse. What does a bullet count look like for Abyss? Half a barrel available to him. So not a full spray, comfortability. And with that, both Bestia players shoot upon him, get the kill and the win for Bestia.
That was a little bit panicky there for a second, but it's the fact that Bestia don't over-rotate, right? Shinden takes so much space, they get the kill in towards the ramp or push the Oper back and get a kill elsewhere, but Bestia just didn't move. They didn't burst. They were like, well, you know what? You've got the ramp. Maybe you've got a player down secret. We don't really give a damn. If you want to go B, we've got 2 or 3 players down the B bomb side. There's no reason for our 2 A guys to move around and muscle. The rotations arrive very quickly as well, so this is Bestia back to winning ways. And it's important for them to guarantee themselves a win here, right? A 5-0 lead on the CT side, considering both these teams have been struggling on the defense. For Bestia, that would be a step in the right direction. Some might say a lot of the reasons behind all of these repetitive overtimes they've had to go through was their incapability of having a convincing CT side.
Well, Cassin helps in that case. Nacho too. Abyss realizes has to jump the gun and play a little bit more aggressive to make this work out for Shinden, but they've exchanged places with the CT, so bomb left behind. It's well within the control of opposition. Ooh, free kill for Tommy. This makes it doable. One more pick like this. And the round is up in the air. 2v4 conversion. Hello for Shinden. Timo's position goes largely unchecked. Therefore, Tommy Jed won't be joining his teammate, and Abyss is on the view. Step made for Timo, baiting out Abyss, and indeed the bait works and lands the triple headshot. Timo's
Margin for error is, I mean, it's just not existing. He's never missing easy shots. It feels like he's got an above 80% success when it comes down to these straight up 1v1s. He's so efficient. It's the low sense that we talked about yesterday as well. Makes him look so convincing when he's winning some of these kills in some of these fights. Nice fake step push you pointed out to try and bait Abyss to go for the fight. Instant headshot landed. 11 and 5 for Timo at the start of the game. The 7-2 lead for Bestia. Money still available for the T side, and that will be the case for the foreseeable future. It feels like with the loss bonus stacking up, especially if they keep planting.
Rita baits out the AWP shot, so now they know that Ivs is around this area, likely to test him less so. Buddha's playing with fate right now. Double smoke permitting a potential cross, a triple one as well. To allude to a potential quick A crunch. mean, this position is also respected by Cassin, right? He's joining in. Buda's life cannot go untraded. Nice early pick for Naz. He'll continue to push while the rest of the team is circulating into secret. Pivotal position. Best they need to have it into account. I don't think Timo has any idea this could be happening. Nacho, aggression from him as well. Abis nearby, but he won't be spotted easily. Timo, ooh, there's a gun, and there's a head. Suddenly, both Naz and Abiz, the two lurk players for Shinden, are already dropped.
Look at that position from Thomas. This is such a difficult angle to clear out.
It will be. And he's largely left silent still. Timo joining in just on time. One player per entry from a ramp. Well, the bomb goes down and the 2v2 becomes a real scenario. Nacho closes in and he's confident with his shooting. Lands the headshot. Is a very dangerous clutch in his hands. Shuts down Cassin. Toes burnt by the molly. Knows where Nacho is, but does Nacho really test him? First shot missed. Aggression coming in from Nacho. Does he trace for the bomb? That's the question. Running for the bomb to be defused. Shot lands on both directions. No smoke available, and Ivs will draw out the pistol, and it is enough to seal the deal. Brilliant double clutch and triple overall for Ivs.
I'm not sure what happened with the AWP, by the way, but this is an electric clutch out of Ivs. Because it felt like Cassin was holding for that peak. I almost want to see that from the POV of Cassin. The second one is the one that we were talking about. Is finishing things off perfectly. Through the gap in the door. Tap on the bomb couldn't really guarantee the round. It did bait out the peak, but it wasn't one that went in favor of the CT. So you've got Shinden now building up the money. Looking pretty decent and in a very commanding position. This is everything that the CTs have. Buda has turned that hero M4 into an opening kill though.
I mean, the last time Bestia were up against the wall in terms of their economy, they were able to win. Clutch, of course, needed for it. Maybe they can replicate that success. Buda continuing his spree. Double kill. Still holding on. Buda has had some troublesome moments, but on an individual level right now, he's flying. Flash. Oh, what? He ends up hurting most of Shinden. Cassin capitalizes upon that bad flash. A double kill with a deagle, and Fraggerty, he's on high alert.
Not like this. That's honestly too much for Shinden. This was not a round that you should have lost. That should have been your ticket to a 7-5 half, and now Bestia can still get a 9-3. This is talking a little bit about the nerves. Fail flash, you flash yourself, casting, capitalizing, getting a double kill on the Desert Eagle. And Bestia now are just one round away from a 9-3 half, and this is the map pick of Shinden. We were talking about how uncomfortable the veto and the map pool looks for Shinden going up against a team like Bestia. Especially with Dust 2 being the second map. I feel like that for Bestia has been such a specialty that it is very difficult to... God. It's very difficult to give them a chance. These shots out of Cassin were absolutely nasty.
Spicy, dude.
Yeah.
And it doesn't feel like a single player from Bestia is just outstanding and outshining the rest of the crew.
No, it's
every
team
single one of
effort.
them has had moments.
Yeah, it's all of them contributing, and I feel like this is their best quality, right? You could frame Tomajan as the superstar, but then every now and then you're gonna have guys like Timo stepping up, Buda as the IGL. And speaking of Buda, he just sent him into the underworld. Bomb drop, double kill there. Bestia on the way to 9 rounds at halftime. Ifs left all alone at 1v5. That's not happening, Pavlos.
No, it's not. Bestia just decide that they're gonna mow their opponents down here, just trample over them. Go on the offensive, even though they have the defensive duties of the half. Those duties will be changing after this, folks, but a big effort required from Shinden to come back. A 9-3 half, led by Bestia in this Argentina head-to-head battle for the grand finals of the close qualifiers of South America. This has been a very difficult game for Shinden so far, but now on the CT side, maybe they can find some solace. I'm hearing some ticks on the server. No damage has been extended, so I feel like this round may be repeated.
Yeah, I think we are getting a bit of a reset. But hey, could have been worse. Some damage could have been done, or someone could have given away what they wanted to do on the pistol, and as of right now, both teams don't really know what the setup was on the other side, so everything's fine. We're just hoping it's not Tomashin, because he's had some issues over the course of the last couple of days.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. NPC issues coming in, but as expected, the tech pause does come out. I mean, we were talking about how much individuals can have an impact in a game, etc., etc. Roll your minds back to yesterday. If anybody joined the game between Shinden and MIBR, Fragedy had some of the most outrageous moments in that series and contributed to most of the team's success in Dust 2, right? Gave them a real opportunity to get back. And when I say that, if anybody out of context is saying, oh, he probably got a couple of clutches, oh, probably got a couple of double kills, triple kills maybe, no. Every round, for the first 10 rounds of that game's existence, the only rounds that Shinden won were off of Fragedy's aces. And let that sit in. That does not happen often.
That was Davideus and Flexo, Pavlos. We're confusing them a little bit.
No. Oh my God, You're right.
Yeah. I mean, you are spot on that Fragedy had a very good map 1 against MIBR. He dropped to 25 and 21. He was on 25 and 21, right? So Fragedy did have a very good performance, and he's been, without a doubt, the most standout player of this entire event, right? He's the highest rated player after Venom Zero, so second highest rated player of this entire tournament heading into the grand finals day. So you are spot on. It's just that the aces were Davideus.
You're right. It's all turned into a blur, right? It's thinking about individuals popping off, and I feel like
that was
Fragedy's been so good. I've put it close to Davideus there, but you're right.
You know what? He's good enough. We can give him everything.
Yeah, give him it all. So, uncertain of the current tech pause situation. Hopefully we can jump into the action again soon.
Look at the bottom right.
Oh, it's another puppy dog. Same
it's
one.
It's the same puppy.
I know, but, you know, for us it's another puppy dog because it's seen
back.
Another time. It's back. I know this question, but chat doesn't. Are you a dog or cat person, Ted?
Chat doesn't. Well, I love all animals, Pavlos. In general, I love animals, so I like both of them. But I do have a cat. I do prefer cats slightly, but I am not one of these people that like just the one and don't like the other. I like dogs as well, very much.
Fair. Cool.
I do slightly prefer cats, but
yeah, I'm on the same wavelength with you. I like both. Really cool, but dog's slight edge.
Sure. You know what does the trick with cats for me?
What?
I don't need to take them out every day at 6 in the morning.
You said that while staring at me as if you have to take me out every day at 6 a.m. in the morning. And I'm
just talking to you, so I'm looking at you.
I was like, wait, is he trying to insinuate something here? Okay, well, thankfully the pause is over and we can get into the second half of the series. Shinden now on the CT side with quite a lot to do, and they're stacking up 3 players closing in on Trophy Room. Timo could be waiting for this, and indeed he is. Lovely first shot. That's insane.
Is he ready
Do you
for more?
continue this pursuit?
Bomb's still there. I think you see that first player so up close and personal, you know there's going to be a second guy, so you don't want to be the one initiating too early. You can let your teammates work around the map. Now you go for the peek, Timo. One more gathered, and he spotted Ivs as well. He's on a bit of a streak, isn't he? Jumping in, turning around. Ivs is getting the first, but Refrac's coming in. And Tommy's left in another despicable clutch.
Yeah, this time doesn't have little yellow minions running around to help. You
Nope.
said despicable, sorry, I
Yeah.
went into movie reference mode.
Yeah. You know what? I didn't like that movie initially, but then it grew on me.
Banana.
You got the pun, right?
Well, there was a pun in there?
Yeah.
Oh, it grew on me. Oh.
Thank you.
Oh, that is good. I'm glad you didn't have to explain it. I'm glad you didn't have to explain it because I'd feel bad. But yeah. Well, double digits on the board, and this has made Shinden's lives a lot more difficult. This was their map pick after all on BESTIA.
Yeah. And
No slouches on the T side either.
I think that T-side pistol did show us what we were talking about in the first half with the style of the team as well, to some extent with some of these pistols. They like playing proactive and very confident Counter-Strike, but sometimes you're going to see them try and be more punishing, right? They're not always going to be the initiators, so some of their players are more than happy with just being reactive. Teemo's one of them. He's a very good example. I feel like it's him and Nacho and Kasin to some extent. Kind of balances out with the craziness of Tomajin and Buddha. Double setup.
Sort of group up to make this one work, but even though it's a double setup, the Molly has isolated one from the fight. Ooh, Bestia want nothing of it. Naz also wins an individual duel of his own. And Bestia's attack is collapsing.
Look at the HP. They're also low. This one's run out of control.
Trying to move back into the A site. Iv's on the other end. There's all the time in the world to react onto Natch's position. This isn't even close. Super duper clean.
That's a great round impact-wise on the scout of Ivs, by the way. He landed so many tags, and then the rotation down secret, the block with the smoke, but then before that they had the HEs and they were able to double peek with the pistols and the SMGs. That was a great reaction out of Shinden. We kind of overlooked it, but that was the force buy. You lose this, you probably lose the map. Shout out Lorgar, our official PC partners. Go and check them out. But now Shinden have turned things around. Obviously, the HUD is a little bit flipped. But we've got our best man on it. So don't you worry. Now it's how it's supposed to be. We're good.
Well, Shinden might also be good in a bit. They're dealing up against a pistol round. It's a force bite from Bestia, so they're looking to see if they can be disrupted from the very beginning. Fragedy has got reinforcements to take down these stragglers, and indeed, those stragglers are struggling. Timo, all that remains, gives away a footstep, so Naz is wary of where he should be looking, and it's as clean as it comes for this round by Shinden.
Yeah, that was a little bit weird, by the way, because you notice how there was 3 players down secret, right? 2 of them started running in towards control on the right-hand side, towards the double doors. The one player with the bomb spotted the jump spotting CT in towards the stairs on the left-hand side and started running decon side with the bomb on his back. So that was a bit of a moment of miscommunication there for Bestia. They didn't really know what they wanted to do together, or someone just decided, you know what, I'm going to change the plan. Shout out Steak. Don't forget about the weekly reload of $35. Go and check him out below. Click the banner below the stream. You can use code STAR35. Star as StarLadder, but just the first 4 letters. Contact the Steak support. Deposit minimum $20 and then receive $5 over 7 days. That equals 35.
Quick maths.
It's 5 times 7 is 35.
Everyday amount of the block. Smoke tree.
What's 12 times 5, Pavlos? Quickfire.
70.
It's 60.
60. I tried. Oh no. I tried to do it without actually doing the maths. I was like, ooh.
Oh, so you tried to just guess,
Yes.
basically.
It was as close as a guess to a guesstimation, I guess.
Phenomenal.
A lot of guessing.
That is great, because I think if people have been here since day one, they know you're not trolling. It makes it so much better. Yeah. Maps are great, man. I love maps on stream. It's a nice cleanup out of Shinden. They love maths as well. They're putting all the numbers in the calculator right now, trying to calculate how much money they're going to have in the next round. Considering this is going to be an 0-5 alive, the answer is a lot of money.
The thing is, when you said quick, it gave more importance to the urgency of the answer rather than the accuracy.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah, try and make it sound like you were just prioritizing.
No, I'm trying to give an excuse to how my brain works.
Yeah. Like when someone tells you, you gotta do this quick. You just do something quick. Because you emphasized on quick.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't do what you asked before, but it was quick. It was very fast.
Pretty much.
That outside approach is fast out of Buddha. He's already down secret, but he has taken a little bit of damage. Thing is, he's ahead of the rotations, and Thomas has actually shut down Fraggerty through the smoke. I'm not really sure if the CTs realize that there's a player down there already. Thing is, they can technically still go down the vent because Buddha's decided to play this one a little bit more passive, but Bestia have gotten themselves an early 5v4 and a lot of time to play.
Not too shabby from Bestia. Buddha on a solo journey. He's about to be approached by two players. Needs to be cautious. Isn't
What a
currently
timing.
looking in the direction of where Shinden are approaching from, but catches Naz off guard as Abbas was looking in a different direction. There's a trade there, but it provides information to how Bestia should be approaching this round. Tommy, spotted from above, already inflicted damage, so you know exactly where your opponents are for your Bestia, which is exactly where you need to be. Abbas moving quickly outside of vent. Tommy ends up falling, but Abbas gets a real opportunity for the clutch. Nade, only slightly damaging up Tomajin, and Katzen joining in from the sides also attributes to the success for Bestia.
It's just a couple of individual fights that Bestia are able to win, right? And Shinden go for the penultimate tactical timeout they've got for regulation, but Bestia are already on 11 rounds. The outside smokes come through, Buddha crosses down. He doesn't ever take any space though, right? He's just holding for a reaction. And then Bestia pick up 2 kills. First is Thomason, fully blinded through a smoke, is able to get that opening kill. Then you shut down a second player, and then you just play it passively, slowly. Basically wait for the CTs to react into you. Try and respond. Buddha's able to get 1 kill, confirm the whereabouts of the second guy. They knew exactly where Tommy was. Bestia are allowing themselves to play the slow game and control the map a little bit. And that's made a whole lot of a difference. 11-6. Final opportunity for Shinden to try and come back and potentially get a win in regulation if they start winning consecutive rounds here and now. Otherwise, best case scenario would be OT. But Bestia are looking ready for another very dominant win here.
All right, Bestia. They're going to go for a quick crunch. Buddha circulating into secret, about to find Fraggerty. If he continues to move. I wonder if this causes Shinden to rotate Naz out to the open. And that's perfect timing from Bestia. As soon as Shinden start to make their moves away from the site, that's when they choose to swing. And it's crippling to the defense of Shinden.
That felt a little bit non-urgent, right? The 80k gear giveaway is on the right-hand side, so you can click on the banner below the stream, but Fraggerty has been clicked out of the round, and they seem to know where Ivs is saving. If they're able to get that AWP out of his hands, this is going to be a massive hit. That would mean that he's not able to drop a gun over and have an open the next round. There goes the first missed shot. They know exactly where he is now. They can just go and run him down.
Quite a bit of utility, right? So you can potentially throw down a smoke, get closer. Tim will get shot. The thing is, Bestia can't afford themselves to go too aggressive for this. They've lost a couple of players in the process. Okay, that's about the length that they can afford to lose. And with that, Bestia do not allow Shinden to hold any weapons to the next round. And now they're threatening to win their opponent's map pick. 1 round away.
That felt non-urgent out of Nas, right? He misses the timing for the molly, and then by the time that he's towards the left-hand side, 2 players were already out through his fire. his teammates didn't seem to react in time as well. These entries were very instant out of BESTIA. And it was 4 outside smokes. They deployed that double layered wall to escort Buddha down secret and then just went for the 8-bomb. It's a cool call. Still didn't move any of the Shinden pieces, but it does work.
Oh, how did Shinden navigate these tough times? Hard to imagine they can come back with 6 rounds consecutive, given how BESTIA have been performing. Oh, they'll give it their all. Toma. It's 1v1'd. Unlike him. Same could be said about Kassin. Shinden giving their best chance here by having 2 players from the upbeat, but Buddha wants to answer in kind, but given spotted through the smoke that has been breaking up by cheese and bullets, the answer is clear. Shinden may have another life in this.
Ooh. The flick nearly connects. And the Opera should have this one in the back. If one missed the shot, so it was 12-7. And now the T's have no money, right? So because you wanted to hunt the Opera down in the previous round, you've actually put yourselves in a very tough situation financially where you might have to call this one off. You're going to have an AK in the hands of Buddha, but everyone else is going to be on the pistols. Actually, he dropped one over to Kassin as well. So you've got this round. This could mean 12-8. At 12-8, Shinden could be playing against an anti-eco. So at 12-9, and suddenly, Shinden still might have an opportunity to bounce back.
All right. Shinden give themselves another opportunity. Omijed tagging down Timo. Rough fight for BESTIA, but it seems like this is where they can find most of their success. They've really excelled in those lower pistols, but Timo used to be a big part of that. Now, no longer on the server. Won't be able to conform. Nacho has an answer. Ab is nearby. Is she breaking the doors? This is a good molly. Ab is forced out. Smoke. Trying to get out of there. He's done quite a bit, but Kassin ends up dropping. Great performance from Abiz. Both saving his life and getting a pick on his way out. And will double up as well. Shinden have a few more rounds in them, and that's clear.
Is this going to be one of these maps where BESTIA have such a comfortable lead, but then they are struggling to close out? Because we've seen a couple of these examples already. There was one yesterday on Dust 2 against Flexo, actually, right? Where they had that 9-2 lead, and then they underestimated the final round, and it became 9-3, and then they started losing consecutive rounds, and eventually it became the tied-up score at 9 apiece before they went over to win 4 in a row and close it. Shout out Steak. Check out the banner below the stream for the $35 reload. But yeah, it's not like we've not seen BESTIA struggle in these situations before. Obviously, the T side of Nuke, one of the more difficult ones to get that final round on, especially if things are not working out well. And especially as the CTs have started building up that momentum. Looking very clean on the anti-eco, not a single frag. Money's not going to be an issue, and Ivs is already on 22 and 12. He's had a great recovery throughout this map.
No way Shinden are making a case for themselves in this map. And this is why they've been so deadly. They just are completely difficult to drop off, right? They just hang on for dear life, and they keep on asking the question, can you close out the game? Can you? Definitely has given them confidence, even if they do end up losing this one. The next maps, the belief that they can take on every game. Abbott trying to look away from the flash, but in the process, Kassin is there to interrupt. So BESTIA now, for the first time in 3 rounds, have got the first pick.
This is where you want to close it out if you don't want to let the game get too uncomfortable. A 13-9 win is still a bit of a statement. You let this one slip, then you're going very close to overtime territory. But Ifs is one step ahead with that drop from heaven. AK spotted. First kill goes their way. Ifs with another. They might be staying alive.
This is a really good hold here by Shinden. Timo able to answer back, but Tommy pushing past the smoke bolsters up this A-side defense. BESTIA need to rethink about this. Spread out. Buddha was trying to add another layer to this attack, but has to completely reconfigure.
Big kill. Nas is ready. He was anticipating the climb up from Buddha. And that should signalize that Nacho was right in front of that A-bomb site. He was probably waiting for Buddha to make a move.
Do you save? Do you try and get the bomb down? Probably the latter.
He's got a smoke, so technically he can deploy that. See if someone's gonna peek. He's seen Tommy.
Ooh, bullet somehow flying away from Nacho there. The USP will do it.
I have
just
no
slightly
clue
too
how
high.
this first spray didn't actually connect. It felt like his crosshair was right on top of him. The bomb plan is not too bad for BESTIA, but their chances are going out the window slowly but surely. In the technical timeout, hopefully everything's going to be alright and there's going to be no real issues.
All right, Shinden have now made it a very doable affair. And have made BESTIA second guess themselves. An eco coming out from them as well will likely put Shinden on 11, and then we've got a conversation about overtime. What a turn of events that would be. It's starting things off successfully for Shinden. Nicely positioning, but these smokes are causing a lot of chaos, and it's hard to find the CTs defending. Naz somehow able to stay under the radar, even with Nacho running right past them. It's ridiculous. Util is enough to disturb BESTIA's efforts. And indeed, a fight for overtime for Shinden becomes very, very, very real.
What a phenomenal comeback that's been out of these guys. That was a 12-6 score. They had 6 chances, BESTIA, to close this one out. And it feels like they've not even been near getting around over the board. That's the mental part of it all, right? Is the fact that the moment that BESTIA got up to 12 rounds, Shinden just started dominating. And now they've got one last opportunity. Or it's another BESTIA OT. And if you're MIBR, you're so happy to see all of this, by the way. You want whoever plays against you later on to be tired. To be off after a very exhausting and long series. I know they're going to get a 30-minute break at least, but if they get to play a bunch of overtimes, a bunch of longer maps, this is better for you.
It's such a BESTIA thing if this goes to overtime. We have to play so many, and a lot of those because they have been able to close games, not only just them having comebacks, because those have existed too. Am I already deleted? BESTIA, they're playing scared. Not decisive movements taken at all. It's shaky. Abbott make a given opportunity for the pick. Nacho answers quickly. So 4 versus 4 scenario with 40 seconds on the clock. Nacho getting picked off. And again, BESTIA holding still, uncertain on where to move.
Dioper's posted well. Thomason, the shutdown. Fraggy! Hold on a second. Thomas, you might have just done a madness. He's under heaven. If Ifs goes for the white peak, Thomason should be able to punish, and that's exactly what he does. And it's Thomason all alone to put an end to the misery of Shinden on Nuke. It's a 13-11. BESTIA struggled, but they do still weigh their opponent's map pick.
So, how do you start breaking that one down? Because Bestia had a very good start to the game. They looked solid, they looked dominant, they looked clean. Their individuals were firing all 4 cylinders, but something went terribly wrong towards the end. Shinden closed up the gap. Bestia were throwing the same issues that they've had throughout this tournament, again in a very important game, and had to get saved by Tamarjan, right? It was a get out of jail free card provided by this madman. So yeah, sure, this is the win for Bestia, but concerns aren't out of the window, and you've got to give kudos to players like Ivs that were able to continuously provide Shinden a way back in. Tommy as well with those openers.
Yeah.
5, ridiculous.
Yeah, I feel like Shinden are just going to be regretting the first half and the fact that they couldn't get more done, right? And the fact that they lost the pistol as well, even though they won the force by, it still put them in a very tough position where Bestia were already up to 10 rounds and a 10-3 lead. Even if you start winning the rounds, it's still going to be a little bit tough. So they needed some time to get back into the swing of things. But yeah, at the end of the day, it was just Thomason, right? He just decided to go crazy out of nowhere, get a triple kill, catch a timing on the A-bomb side. It is unfortunate for Shinden, but in the end of the day, at least you got a very competitive map. So
making something out of nothing. Then you feel me? I'm glad to be in that position because everything is broke.
Every time I elevated something to celebrate. John Jones, I went to heavyweight on these featherweights, but I ain't backing down, I'ma take the weight up another plate. Lean at the crumbs, that's how you eat, let me demonstrate. Decade in the game, I ain't lost a step, I just up the pace. Watch them up the pay, I put in the reps and pick up the chase. Then it up the balance, but we ain't even no miles away. It ain't just a talent, I took the challenge and walked the craze. Fell a couple times, but I got back up with some saving grace. Definitely leader, pastor still need a preacher. Talk to me when I'm shallow, lend a lens to see deeper, closer in to see higher up. That's too much for the speakers, but ain't much for the thinkers. Clouded, I rush to the lower end to see what's in the deeper. Found a message to send itself, with much younger and eager. Keep your youth and maintain your health, cause the future is trouble. But you made for the struggle, and you born with the hustle. Any imagery less than greatness, erase it and double down on your first mind. I come from the worst kind, made life before I found shine. No chain, it was all grind. I'm him and they wanna dim, but my lumen's way off the chart. I'm human, I can't admit, but my spirit up with the stars. I'm clear as I ever been. This feeling won't never end. They watching, I notice, but it ain't knocking the focus. I'm highest and hottest, but I still be the coldest. I'm a champion, I'm a win, I know. I'm a grind for mine, they can't stop me, no. If I die, it's fine, cause I live to show that it can be done. I'm a champion, I'm a champion. I'm a win, I know. I'm a grind for mine, they can't stop me, no. If I die, it's fine, cause I live to show that it can be done. I'm a champion, I'm a champion. Life been so crazy, I can't do nothing but look high. This is just like I prayed, but ain't like I thought. I'm my way and sitting in my zone while they plotting out my grave. I'm plotting my next stop out state, getting that pay. I kept it true, I can't say how they played. I'm just gonna state what I knew and thank God I got grace. Grace for my years I've been putting in that pain. The bounce back insane, the build up took time, but wiped up the stains. I'm mic'd up is live, tap in, let's get gains. It ain't no more would did or should did. I got too much right now to brain. That's all I know and all I live for. All trying to stop my show. The tour 10 years ain't stopping till it's round the world and back again and back again and back again and back.
We built a legacy that defined generations. But history only remembers those who survive what comes next.
Okay, that's some resistance. Okay, maybe you can. Eating my words as they
Faster.
eat its bullets.
3. More brutal. Unforgiving. Season 20 is here. Write your name in gold.
Things don't end the way they start, and that was what was proven in the previous map. BESTIA ended up winning it, but not as decisively as they had started it, and this is what Shinden are hoping for as well, that the game continues the way that they intend to. Even though they lost their own map pick on Dust 2, they might have a little bit more luck.
Yeah, they're hoping for it, definitely, but the start of this game was definitely far from ideal. I think towards the end, Shinden were able to come back into it, but we have seen throughout the course of the tournament how BESTIA have started handling these situations a little bit better, and that triple kill out of Tomashin in towards the A-bomb side in round number 24 straight up saved them. But now all of that is in the past. We're focusing on the present, and the present is a gift for BESTIA. That's Dust 2, right? That's been one of their best maps over the course of the last couple of games. They took it against Flexo, LP, and Galoris. All of them very close maps, getting more and more comfortable with each and every second one of them. And on the other hand, we've seen Shinden play just one Dust 2. Now, that was a 13-7 win over Galoris, but I think we can all agree on one thing. Galoris was not really on their A game in that matchup, and I feel like it's very difficult to say out of one game and use just one map of a sample size to come up to a decision and come up to an opinion on what Shinden are going to be looking like. But yeah, looking at the stake odds, they're definitely not going into the second map in a great position.
Absolutely not. And Galoris was one of the first teams that also got knocked out of this competition. So you're also comparing it against a smaller sample size and a sample size, and the sample itself was not also qualitative. So qualitative and quantitative not really exactly there for Shinden. But for BESTIA, on the other hand, this has been a kind of an old reliable for them. The only time they lost it in this tournament was against Imperial, and even then that was overtime, right? 13-16 was the score there. But ever since, they haven't dropped a single one. 13-11 against Galoris. LP, again, needing overtime there, and I feel like there's a little bit of trauma around this. 19-16, it had to go their way. Relatively similar to how Nuke went flat for them. Same could be said about that matchup, but the most recent one and what allowed them to get to where they are, and also beat the elimination map for their opponent. It was a 39 against Fluxo. So BESTIA definitely feeling quite confident coming into this one, but can they shove the shakiness aside and bring out the dominant form they showed at the very beginning of Nuke? We'll be finding out.
They need some next level CS going into this map. Shinden, now or never for them to respond back. Of course, this is the consolidation final. MIBR is waiting for the winner of this game. And the MIBR boys are probably watching right now. Getting ready, getting into the mood, waiting for this game to be over. Pissed around. There's going to be a B pop out of the tees. You've got Abyss and Naz that need to step up.
Abyss, the waiting. Together, Naz, obviously that HE softens up the attack a little bit, but BESTIA still find the entries necessary and don't lose too many players in the process. Shinden are looking to play aggressively off the back of this. Iv's flashed in, but Nacho is very good to end up with a double kill there. Beautiful headshots landing. BESTIA not falling asleep on the wheel at all. Instead, firm grip of the helm, and the ship is sailing forwards.
Yeah, it's a clean start on that T side. And we did already see what BESTIA can do when they get that momentum early on Dust 2 yesterday against Fluxo. It was a very similar case, right? Where they lost the pistol round, but then they ended up winning 7 rounds in a row. They got a 9-2 lead, and it felt like it should have been a 10-2. These T sides have been very, very tough to deal with for a lot of their opposition. CT side-wise, there has been some issues, but it's no coincidence we made that point on the first map. These are the 2 best T-sided teams in this entire tournament so far. First buy will still come through, though. There's a bit of attack from the scout onto Buddha. Ivs showing a good game so far today. He was probably one of the main reasons, if not the main reason, that Shinden were able to make that first game or first map a little bit closer. Talking about the 23-year-old Oper, joined in August of 2024, product of the 9Z Academy. Played there in 2022 and 2023, so primarily CSGO actually. He was on 9Z Academy alongside Huasu Peak, interestingly enough. That's how long ago we're talking. Played with Buddha there as well. There's a little bit of fun trivia for you all. Ex-teammates. That's from back in 2022, though. It's from a very long time ago.
Handlob. Tommy's revealed, so won't be able to be too sneaky behind the smoke here. Raggedy gets stinked out. Naz's position, even though he wanted to go for luck and nearly had enough timing. Casson turns just in time.
I can't believe Thomason just dropped down after him. He heard him jumping down CT and he was like, yeah, I'm coming after you, man.
Join.
You're not getting out of here. I want to get that kill.
Just want to give him company, dude. Give him a hug.
You want to make sure you get your hands on the Galil. Thing is, Thomason might have just lost the rifle because Buddha's low on HP, and Abyss has actually dropped Casson. They are trying very hard to get everything out of the hands of the CTs.
You also need to be cautious not to lose too much yourself. But, I mean, this was a force by Shinden, so you get it. BESTIA have been winning. Is this all of the pistols for BESTIA? I think it may be. What would they definitely won the first pistol of the map on Nuke? Did they win the second one? Yes, they did.
Yeah,
so this is all pistols for BESTIA.
They did win the second pistol, but the reason I was thinking about it is because they lost the conversion straight away, right?
Sure.
So the second half actually started 3-1 in favor of Shinden, but BESTIA did win the pistol.
So 3 for 3 for BESTIA, and this time they're able to convert in their favor. on the second. Wonder if any chances are taken by Shinden here. Back here in short. Ibs can't quite connect soon enough. Lovely headshot from Buddha.
Yeah, didn't even stop. Just running around. Headshotting him straight away. So this one should be a pretty clean and easy 3-0 lead. Now, AWP-wise, I think they've already got that presence figured out, right? What we need is, first Shinden, maybe a little bit more out of guys like Fragedy, like Abyss. The people that have been bringing so much impact on the rifles over the course of the last couple of days. I know Tommy's been playing very well as the IGL, but you got to be looking at some of the guys that are getting some of the better positions as well, like Fragedy, who's been the best player in the event once again, but pretty neutralized on that previous map.
Buddha is sharp. I think all 3 of his kills have been off of one-tap headshots. Margin ends up going down, so Macton given over to the hands of Abyss, but it's hard to imagine that will be the gun we'll have at the end. Not only because Buddha's on the chase, but they're going to be buying up with rifles after this. Truly chasing after Abyss here, not giving it any chance at survival. Single casualty as well for Bestia, so closing in on best case scenario. Now, I know the sample size is short for Shinden, but for Bestia, their T side, this is some of their best work over on Dust 2. They have a tendency of winning just above 60, well, just below 62% of their T side rounds.
Is someone thinking, okay, he's going up short. This is very quick. 130. He's already taken a little bit of space, but the AWP is posted there. So Thomason has to be careful. Not that he knows of it, but he's not going to overplay his hand. And it is a bit of a bonus buy that Bestia are rocking, right? So this is Shinden that are in a bit of a, between a rock and a hard place, a bit of a tough spot to get around. Molly should actually burn Thomason and force him out of position. Nivs has heard that, so decides to go for the drop.
Molly Reed.
And it's a good trade.
Yeah. What's Bestia's plan here, though? 50 seconds on the clock, and now they're starting to group up in short.
I feel like it's a bit of a scouting mission, right? You try and see what you can get away with. It looks like a short exec. I was going to say maybe a mid to B play would not be a bad idea, but it is looking like they want to go away. That's why Nacho's going back towards long. He's going to be playing on that flank. It's all about the patience. If they're able to get some clean entries, he can take care of that AWP.
They've been quiet for the longest time, so Shinden don't really have any information to rely on for quick rotations, but they have the best case scenario with 3 CTs available for the defense. Fragedy taking an off angle, able to find one together with Tommy. They've done quite a bit. 12 seconds. Is that enough of a denial of space?
Long play.
It's yet to be tested, but Macho joining in.
Oh, he's missed.
Nearly goes astray, but Ibzo has just enough time to get a shot through. Bomb will be going down with only a second to spare. A 2v2. Nacho playing the long end. Is he spooked off? Cassin, a one-on-one. Nacho with an AWP. We've got a big green 1v1 with the AWP not having an eyesight of the bomb. Abyss playing it aggressive, knowing Nacho will have to play fast here. And with that, Shinden introduced themselves to Dust 2.
That was a little bit weird, right? Cassin is able to get a kill, but then Nacho's playing this one almost too passively. It felt like there was a moment of miscommunication. He was starting to get lined up as if the bomb was planted for him. But Cassin simply didn't have enough time to plant it somewhere else, right? He had to run for the bomb site. There was only 4 seconds. That was because, again, Nacho was a little bit late on that long flank. He allowed the AWP to get a kill. In ifs, it might have been just 1 kill, but that's what messed up with the entire timing of Bestia's play. It won so much time over for Shinden. The stake odds are still heavily in favor of Bestia, but this is Shinden showing a little bit of teeth at the start of this map.
May have shown their Achilles heel as well, though. Very close round. Richardson to collect. But now the refocus is on. A little bit more spread apart our BESTIA at the start of this game. This time a high likelihood for that mid to be you were talking about, Ted, especially with the two players lingering around tunnels. They're able to block out the other side of the map with a mid to B smoke. It could be quite impactful. Exactly what they are trying to go for. Flood smoke also thrown in, so caution in the win for Shinden. Not quite certain of this commitment. The 3 from tunnels, 2 from mid seems to be the call, but it's a delayed and slow play from BESTIA. Now nearby. And it's the best case scenario for him. Blind. Buddha can't quite counteract it. The rest of the BESTIA squad are starting to move in, and Abyss has taken action into side itself. Instantly deleted, and Nacho, holy moly, ends up with 2 kills. Smoke off on doors, so no more access for Shinden unless they work for it quickly. It looked like at first that Fragedy wanted to play aggressive, but after realizing there's no more kills for them, they'll vacate the premises.
Yeah, you have to save. Fragady's down to 45 HP. Tommy Jet is down to 60 HP. And this is so tough. It's so weird. That was such a great decision out of the second player in towards middle, by the way, to back off. I'm not sure who that was, but the moment that Tomajan goes down, it was the easiest thing ever to get a little bit lost in the sauce and swing for the refrag. It was that moment of waiting for the peek in towards window. He spots out the second guy in window, and then he just starts screaming at the B players. He's like, I know we're both of the bar. It's your turn to play. So when they go out, they know there's not going to be anyone on the left-hand side, no one playing the close corners. They're just looking at the bomb side and the window. They get the first kill. They know the second guy's at the door. It's all that piece of information. That's everything. That's what makes the difference. And Nacho's there to oblige. He's on 9 and 1 at the start of that T side. Electric shooting. BESTIA want to run away with this one. They don't want to waste any time. And there's the replay. Who was the second guy? That was Buddha. That's such a great decision out of Buddha to back off, get the information, and call for his teammates to take the space on B.
He already averted the gaze of his opponent's job was already done. Fragedy ends up with 2. That's already a decent result from Shinden's player.
It's a bit mental, because he was all alone as well.
And blinded.
Yeah.
Ooh. Ivs doesn't miss shots like that very often, but it was a difficult shot to land. Long distance, single scope, high accuracy, high angle.
They can walk right underneath his AWP, by the way.
He's making the right choice to drop a little bit further back.
They spotted the first player, but that smoking towards Gandalf should give away the position of the AWP.
Trying to play
You see that, you know there's someone playing around it.
Timo is aware. Ooh, Abyss with a 5-7. Nearly ends up with a double kill, but Katzen also drinks out his secondary and goes back to the rifle duties. Not many bullets left into that weapon. And for that reason, Shinden are able to overwhelm on both directions at the same time. That's able to give them a second round of the game.
That was a little bit weird, because it felt like they were holding for something like this, but then the swing through the smoke comes through, and it's just a 5-7. It was such a discoordinated play, right? So you're not expecting that, because no one else is fighting short, no one else is showing presence. The 5-7 just decides to swing without a flash. That's such a crazy play. Because if it doesn't work out, it's a miracle that it does work out for a kill. If it doesn't, you've basically just thrown away the advantage of your team, but it somehow does land for Shinden. It's a very unorthodox approach to the situation. You're relying on a couple of pieces missing their shots, which has not been a recurring topic for BESTIA, but I guess this time it pays dividends.
Speaks volumes. Well, they're not backing out from a fight. Pushing through smokes, keeping BESTIA uncomfortable. This is a pivotal round of the game. We'll decide how the next parts of this half will go. Ivs idle. Not alone. Oh, best case scenario to get a collateral like that by Ivs. Throws down a molly to limit Bestia to a single trajectory. But Bestia need an answer, they need it quick. Double smoke allowing them to cross. Tomajan getting onto the side, but needs something more than just a spray. He thought he connected it onto one, but wasn't able to do so. Switches back to the other, ends up to 4. And as Bestia try to retreat, they're getting picked up piece by piece. Shinden look more and more comfortable on that A side by the second.
Nacho's actually rotated back towards middle very quickly, and he's pressed the shift button in time. The player in towards short has missed him. And he's... Oh, God. Got in the first kill. He's not ready for Tommy, though. And should get taken down. Somehow is still alive. And he is sprinting towards B. Thing is, Abbas is going to beat him to the chase. He has stopped. Tommy's low. Doesn't matter. He's out of there.
I mean, there's no money to buy in the next round. Tommy might as well try and go for the chase, deny the rifle from Nacho's hands. And it's a good thing, too. So like we said, a very pivotal round to how this half will end up going, with Shinden winning that economical disarray for Bestia.
I think if you're the coach, you're very unpleased with how they tried to go out of long, right? Because they apparently didn't see the flashes, and then there wasn't a lot of jiggling. There was just, let's multi-peek and hope that if there's an opener, he's gonna miss. And usually you want the first guy to white peek a little bit more, right? So you can take that attention of the AWP away, and if he gets 1 kill, he gets 1 kill. And if you miss out on the refrag, it's still 4v5 and you at least take the space. But the way that they did it is the first guy didn't really go for too much of a white peak. And obviously you line up when you're trying to crawl on the close near side of the wall.
Such an excellent performance, though, from Shinden as well. The entry Zivs is quite the presence on the map right now. Has to be respected. Bestia gain catwalk control, but Shinden provide them that space. Upon clearing it, though, have switched up their minds. No. I mean, there's no smoke for them to go for a mid to B cross, so this has to be some sort of a catwalk crunch. No flash either. As dry as it comes.
Yeah, should be a clean conversion. Even 1 kill would be too much. And that's a great opportunity for the CTs to build up onto the economy. Flash goes high. It's perfect setup coming out of this. Tommy's just gobbling them up. Caston has got a bit of a timing to drop down CT, but they should clear him out probably. Knowing that he's not really made his presence known anybody or anywhere else, sorry. 4 apiece, we're tied up. But this is good. I mean, map 1, especially the first half, was not really representative of the strengths of Shinden. It kind of felt like they were a bit shocked at what was going on, and they couldn't really fight back. Now it feels like we're seeing a bit more consistency, some more solid Counter-Strike out of him. Feels like they're playing a lot more relaxed as well, right? If there was any nerves at the start, now it feels like they're gone.
Bestia. Looking to do damage on 2 different fronts. It's the B position that has inflicted some pressure. Ab is down to 16 points of health. B-side's a little bit more treacherous this time around. 3 players strong. Cannot be the easiest to handle. As we approach the 42nd mark, BESTIA will start to make their moves. Yet another smoke towards CT spawn. Molly as well on tunnels. This is going to disrupt some of the timings. Not much utility available for Shinden apart from some flashes, but those flashes are doing so damn much. BESTIA completely crumbling down on the Shinden defense, massively coordinated, just read BESTIA like a book.
Yeah, they were just anticipating the play. They had 3 people in towards the B bomb side, 2 of them ready for the mid to B play. One of them in towards the wooden construction on the right-hand side, right in front of the window. The other one in towards the door boxes. They're just walking into a deadly crossfire. It's not even close. BESTIA started this map so well on the T side, and now it feels like Shinden are right back at it. Driver's seat, Ab is getting multi-kills. But it's everybody else, actually. It's a team effort. Your bottom fraggers are on 5 kills. Your top fraggers on 8 kills. Everybody else in between. They might be getting a win here in the first half. Another B-pop. Another attempt towards the same bomb site. And again into Abyss and Nas's domain.
Oh, it doesn't get cleaner than that, does it? Oh boy, and they haven't even budged a meter. Haven't even budged an inch. BESTIA struggling again. This is a lot like what we've seen before from them. Some indecisiveness going on. Sure, you can't really take this round in isolation. We're just talking about the last 4 rounds.
Yeah, I think there were some minor mistakes again in a position where when they were dominating, right, and they had the control over the game, they were making some smaller mistakes that have allowed their opponents to come back into it. And it was a very similar story yesterday as well against Fluxor, right? That was one of the reasons why this game was a lot closer. I think it's just the fact that sometimes it feels like they're a little bit too relaxed when they have the lead, and so far they've been getting punished for it by Shinden. A 2-round game now. Shinden have proven that they still have some fight left in them. That was a lovely spray down coming out of Nas. Completely denying that B play. Not giving them an opportunity. Not even remotely.
So, stake odds have switched up a little bit, even though they're fairly close. Shinden now the favorites. BESTIA, safe to say, a very important round. 2 rounds left in the half in total. And a group attempt in mid once more. Not really tested by Shinden, not yet. Amateur is looking to potentially play a little bit closer to the door here. Can be quite disruptive if BESTIA leave it unchecked. And in terms of long, you're going to have an early warning system with Abyss playing so damn far forwards. So if Shinden want to spend the extra player to defend into this B site, they're welcome to. Again, down to the 42nd mark until BESTIA make their move. I mean, make sure one of these smokes don't go as far forwards. This time, not the 3-player stack from Shinden. Is this good enough for BESTIA to start making their move? Abyss, a double kill out of nowhere. Timo and Cassie get deleted. Buddha catching his opponent off guard.
No way.
So low in health. Nacho somehow holding on, but
Still
Buddha won't. 14 seconds. The bomb will go down, but it's a numbers deficit for BESTIA.
Nacho needs that headshot angle. This could actually work out so well for him. He's so low on HP. If they don't peek him from a headshot angle, he's got no chance. But now 2 of them are going there. And Tomajan, if he's able to run down Ivs.
Still a flash available for Raggedy as well, so he could throw that in for Ivs.
There you
but
go.
Instead, he ends up falling. Great peek out from Tomajan. Now Nacho needs to stay quiet. Needs the double. A headshot has got to land. Had 2 chances there. Could only find the first one in once more, but it will not be enough. Naz there to clutch it up. 1 kill in the round, but 1 kill is enough. And Shinden do not allow Bestia to break their streak.
Thomason is absolutely furious, by the way, because he gets the kill onto the mid player, and obviously he doesn't know if there's a second guy, but that's when Nacho should lift his head up and actually go for the peek in towards last box, right? And look at that again. It's such a wild round. The fact that Abbas gets so much done and the T still nearly win the round, it's absolutely mental. But that's the one. Thomason allowed to go down. Nacho was just a little bit too late with the peek, and he couldn't find a connection onto Nas. A 7-4 lead for Shinden. They want a third map out of this.
Definitely do. This time, Bestia wanting to play it aggressive. Nacho overstepping is welcome, though. Not assisted by any flashes or any other players either. Molly getting Ivs out into the open, so the trades are even for now. Bomb can be collected, but with Tommy on site and Naz nearby for support, this is dangerous. Tommy wanting to go for a fight. Thinking about it. You can hear the commotion. Tomajin gets there quicker, though. The timing there just working out for Bestia. This is the first time they've had the advantage in quite some time.
They need this one.
Look behind.
Had such a comfortable lead at the start. You need to get a 7-5 at least.
Buddha is looking.
Should be ready for the flank.
At the flank, indeed. But ends up losing the 1v1, and now his teammates are in the open, have to find cover and readjust. Oh,
they need to move together. They'll soon enough realize that there's no one coming out of short, but Nas is actually rotating back there.
The bomb isn't planted for them.
Did they realize it? He's so late. They're not looking.
No one is checking. Naz getting the first. Cassin trades. He's out into the open. No cover. Has to readjust. Realizes that bomb is not there for him, so has to get the pick. Indeed gets there. So a positive to close out the half for Bestia. But is it really positive after losing so many rounds in a row?
A 7-5 lead in favor of Shinden, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the consolidation final map 2 of the Star Series Season 20 South America close qualifier between Shinden and Bestia. Bestia one map up with a very good start in the first half of their own map big, but a bit of a resurgence coming in from their countryman has led to a 2-round game in favor of Shinden walking into that T side. If we get to a third and final map, that would be Mirage, but Bestia have not said their final words on the CT side of Dust. That's a bit of a fake. Look at the ruse. Everyone's rotated away from B, but it's just 2 players.
Yep, this is going to be an easy plant. Timo will end up dealing with Faggoty, and Naz getting away is quite a decent end result, but Bestia at least have the numbers here. No flash available for them, so try peek galore. There's a reason why this is called the B Fortress. But most players moving in from tunnels. Naz Oh, he's been checked, and Cass has been left to try and handle him. The rest of the cavalry now moving up to the site, ignoring who is behind. Now you need to figure out where the setup is for your opponents, but they're lurking in every single nook and cranny imaginable. Good frag for Cassin, but not quite good enough. And Shinden able to take care of business in round number 1 on the T side.
Some of these fakes have been working out very well, and the reason this one works out so well is because you're able to actually chase them back with utility primarily, and they want to play from the back of the bomb side. So the moment that all this utility gets thrown and there's no CTs that are actually challenging, and the B players are passive enough, people running around, they're not seeing anything elsewhere, so they just buy into it. They're like, well, we've been smoked off, we've heard a bunch of flashes, we don't have any vision long, surely this is where they go. And Buddha, he looks very upset right now. It's like things are just not clicking. Obviously, we're talking about another young IGL, but he's got a lot to say. He's getting a little bit emotional, and you can basically understand why. Again, it feels like BESTIA are getting a little bit distracted the moment that they feel like they control the game. And Buddha's had the tough time of, or the tough task of replacing Noxy as the IGL. Just a 23-year-old in-game leader is Buddha. Joined the team in November of 25. That's 2025. Was on crew before that. Obviously on 9Z for a very short amount of time back in 2024. Product of the academy. Played on 9Z alongside Martinez, Huaso Peak, Max, and DGT. So he's learned from Max.
Can he get the team back in the right mindset, with the right headspace? It takes a particular set of skills.
Yeah. He's the one that's played Tier 1 events as well, right, with 9Z. He made top 4 at IM Dallas 2024. He's played an IM Rio, an ESO Pro League. He's played a Cologne, an IM Chengdu, a Dallas, another Rio. He's been around the block, is basically what we're saying. Even though he's young. And even played a major. That was the IM Rio major in 2022. Nacho.
Well, not too shabby. Hey, if you get an upset round here, it wouldn't be too bad.
This is terrifying. Knife out.
Boy.
Knife out. What is going on?
And Tamajin can now readjust into the B site as well. Boost coming through, but Fragedy catching up to that on time. Low HP bars, but only onto one. Tamajin only just getting away. Oh boy, this is awkward. He can now exert pressure. While they're focused on him, the rest of the players can drop in, but these HP bars are troublesome. Tamajin draws instantly. Ivs accurately connects onto the headshot, and the chances of winning this one may have gone up in flames for BESTIA. Not the best weapon for the situation for Cassin. Ivs taking advantage of the situation. Getting close, but so far, it's painful.
Buddha looks very frustrated, by the way. This is back-to-back rounds. They've been so close to winning the round, and so far, they did so much damage. They had the man advantage up until the very last second. I'm not sure what happened there. How they lost all of these fights towards the end. But the IGL is definitely not happy with how things have been going. And the IGL on the other side, Tommy, he's buzzing. It's so good for Shinden. This is probably going to be a 10-5. Ivs is playing great. Abyss is playing out of his mind. Fragedy and Naz are both delivering as well. Everything is working out right now for Shinden. This is starting to look like a third map more and more. And with how good the individuals have looked for the side of Shinden, a Mirage might be exactly what they need.
I mean, it's crazy how things have changed for BESTIA, considering how they looked like at the very beginning of Nuke. Completely different story. How can one team have so many different faces? And which one is the facade, right? Which one is the real BESTIA? Maybe the real BESTIA is the combination of the two, and we have to accept it with their strengths and weaknesses.
It is very weird, isn't it? Because they are the most exciting and the most non-exciting team to watch at the same time because of the lack of consistency, right? Sometimes they're the best. Sometimes things are just not working out, and it feels like they're pretty locked out. Feels like they're not really on the same page. But then when they are on the same page, they are definitely one of the best teams on this level of competition in South America. But now they're definitely not. And Shinden, they've worked their way back into this. And as we said, from a mental point of view, even from an Argentinian hierarchy point of view, this type of matchup is so big for Shinden. They're getting to play against some of the bigger names in their own region. Especially for the young guys on the team.
Sure.
I mean, Tommy's 23 as well, but he's been on some of the best Argentinian teams over the years. But for, let's say, someone like Abyss, who's been playing for 4 or 5 years, but not on the top team. Someone like Ivs that has barely any experience on this level. Someone like Guti, who's the newest player on the team. This is a great opportunity.
Even though this is going Bestia's way right now, I still feel like for them to get back into this map, they need someone to start getting multi-kills, have a bit of a moment, show that they're the top dogs here, and Shinden are supposed to be inferior. So far, it's just a pick for Buddha and Timur per player, over and long. No longer tested by Shinden anymore. Shot lands for Cassin.
Just gotta be careful, because apparently the margin between Bestia and Worstia is very thin.
Nice one.
Thank you.
It's finds a pick. This is pretty huge. If Nacho goes down without a fight, it becomes
There's
problematic.
No Bestia. He needs to stay alive for a little bit longer, though.
Ooh.
And this is terrifying for some reason. They have a chance.
The reason is that the B site's been taken over. No one from Bestia is there. They're permitting the cross. Bomb will be going down. The pressure's on Bestia right now. If Tommy gets a multi-frag, it's all over. Molly is there. But thankfully, the numbers are superior for Bestia and are able to wipe their brow and make it rain when it's been a drought for so long.
All right. In true Bestia fashion, that would be the most traditional thing they could do. The most stereotypical thing they could do is let Shinden get up to a 10-5 and then somehow bring this game back. Force it into an overtime, or at least all 24 rounds. That's how Bestia operate. That's their brand of Counter-Strike. It's something MIBR should be ready for as well, right? It's very scrappy games, no matter who they're going to be up against later on today. But especially if it is Bestia. I guess they already know what to be expecting out of Shinden to some extent. They already played against them. For Shinden, this is a story of we need to try and beat the top dog in Argentina just to make sure that we get a rematch against MIBR. Try and look for revenge.
And they want to do it with the least amount of maps possible as well, right? Given that the next match they'll be playing is just today. So, rest is at a premium.
Ooh. It's actually massive that he doesn't go down, by the way, Abyss. They're probably going to hunt him down, but they're going to waste a little bit of time. His teammates need to get activated a little bit quicker.
Yeah, they're late to the party, so Buddha closes in on Abyss.
Look at Tommy.
And a lot of information as well, knowing that Tommy was Abyss was sort of isolated out one short. It begs the question, by process of elimination, where are the rest of his opponents, his teammates, actually?
No one's holding short.
This could become a massive issue. The smoke, though, providing some cover, at least for now. It's down. Smoke will fade, surely. And this is when the double kill could come through. From Tommy Jed, and it's more than a double, it's a triple, and a 1v1 scenario created. Tommyson, he's on the bottom end, but for some reason, Tommyson doesn't quite know it's going to be the clutch, but should it have been that close?
That's so mental. To be fair, I don't know why the Shinden players speak that early, right? Maybe they were afraid that someone would turn around and look in towards short, but surely you just hide and you realize, okay, Tommy's got a good position, we let him play next. One of us needs to stay alive for him to be able to actually have some impact, and he's able to get a massive multi-kill, but everybody else falls down. And this might be Bestia bringing it back. The 80k gear giveaway, make sure you click on the banner below the stream, find out how to sign up. You link your Kick account, watch the live stream, earn tickets, and then you can win a mouse. We're giving away 8 gaming mice, and this is the last day of everything for this qualifier. So find an opportunity. And of course, shout out ATK. We love him. They're always attacking my heart.
I thought that was my job.
You've got it. You don't need to attack it anymore.
2 Halson, Ted. 2 Halson. Breakthrough in mid.
That was I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. And
yeah,
this is quite fine from Nacho as well. Yeah, chill. Oh, yeah, I know how you feel. The sigh of relief as well as from Bestia. It's been a while since they've had an easy round. Straightforward one, at least. So, what's next? This has started to get very close. For anybody that's joining in, this is lower bracket finals. Bestia winning this, get themselves a match against MIBR to make it as the South American representatives of this close quali into the main event. This Bestia have not dropped a game, a series actually, since the very start. They've been acting as Grim Reapers of this lower bracket.
Yeah, the consecutive wins are the terrifying thing, right? If they are able to win this one in a 2-0 fashion as well, you're going to be looking at the momentum that Bestia have been able to gather up throughout this entire close qualifier.
I don't know if
I'd win over Galores, 2-0 over LP, 2-0 Fluxo, and now dreaming of another 2-0 here, especially if Buddha keeps on shooting like this.
If they end up
Nice
winning.
long.
Word momentum is debatable. Eyes on tunnels as well. Tamashin has also gained so much space for free.
Yeah, the thing is the Oprah can't really move away, right? Because you're still careful about them walking out of middle potentially and coming back to a mid to B play. But the moment that Nacho takes contact, he should know it's an A play. Also, he hears them on short.
He does. Lower tunnels push doesn't reveal anybody closer. You know there's going to be a quick fight. Fraggly surprised that Nacho was so far forwards. Complications added to the mix for Shinden. Low on time. Need a lot more than that. Just that pick. Abba sprays in the approximate direction where he saw it. Picks up from Kassin. The lurk comes through. It's a bit of a disruption. The player from ramp also chimes in. Nacho walks right in the nick of time. Good coordination by the 2 remaining players of Bestia.
Yeah, that was a little bit terrifying, by the way. That was the 2v4. They nearly bring it back, but Thomason, he did an expert job. Just jiggling, firing a couple bullets, never committing to a fight. He didn't need to get the kills. He was just acting as a distraction, just making sure that they know if they turn around in towards Nacho, even if they hear him running, Thomason is just going to swing, and he's going to be in a pole position. Great work out of Nacho as well with that early off angle in towards long, securing the kill. Buddha with the double to put Bestia in that advantageous position in the first place. They've brought it back. Again, the amount of comebacks that these guys have provided has been immense. It's all about the mental fortitude of Bestia. They're like warriors. They never let go. They never go down. Never going down without a fight. And this is with Timo having a pretty slow and quiet map for his standards. Nacho has already hit 20 bomb though.
Yeah, Nacho's had a really good game here. And this is what we were talking about in terms of the depth of Bestia, right? Whether it's Tomajin, whether it's Kassim, whether it's Timo. Those have been the names that we've been mostly highlighting throughout the tournament, but Nacho also standing out. Anyone can have a carry type game. Buddha out into the open. Holds his ground though. He had to use all of his bullets out of the M4 to produce that triple kill. And even though the M4 was collected by Tommy, it just feels like the job is done by the captain of Bestia here.
These multi-kills out of Buddha have been immense. I know this is an anti-eco, but every single time they go in towards short towards him, it feels like he's able to get a multi-kill. Doesn't matter if it's guns, pistols, machetes. Maybe they're gonna try that as well if someone's rocking the Bowie knife. Nacho. There goes one. And that's going to tie the game. Bestia have leveled things up.
Look at the laugh. I feel like we need a compilation of the emotions that Buddha has shown this series.
Yeah, he's a pretty animated guy, isn't he? He was so frustrated just 5 rounds ago. I swear there was a tactical timeout, a 30-second tactical timeout where Buddha didn't shut up for a second. He just impersonated Rap God. And now he's just laughing, smiling. He looks so relaxed. He was furious.
Thing is,
such a short while ago.
Having watched the Bestia games previously, I wouldn't say Buddha is an animated guy. This game has proven this.
Yeah, it feels like he cares a lot more. Also, shout out Steak. Go and check them out. Use that weekly bonus up to $35. Click the banner below the stream, but yeah, I think it shows that he cares a lot more here. That's what it feels like. Also, he does know that he's literally 3 rounds and 1 more best of 3 away from sending Bestia over to their first Tier 1 LAN event. And he's played Tier 1. He knows what that would mean to a lot of his teammates.
And to the organization as a whole, right? To Argentinian organizations. It's injury. Only touching a slither of Tommy's skin. Crisscross smoke. But this still doesn't look like a B hit just yet. It's a ruse. An obfuscation of what the true plans actually are. But if Abyss is given all the space in the world, maybe it won't be a ruse. There's 44 seconds. Abyss gets shut down. On rotation are the rest of Bestia, but they can hear the utility. What? Buddha was so laser to focus on short that he didn't notice that a player slid by on ramp. He ends up falling. Frag catching Cassin by a guard. 11 seconds. You've got to start moving, but Timo is good enough to shut down one of the positions. And Ivs running in with a pistol will not be enough. Buddha is elated. Bestia have regained control. They are now back in the lead.
He can smell the grand final. And that would be such a painful way for Shinden to let this one go. But Bestia have turned everything around. Look at that from Cassin. He's the hero regardless of Fraggity's impact as well. Timo stepping in with the double kill to put them to sleep. 11 rounds on the board. Bestia have turned everything around. And what a story that's been. Another comeback out of Bestia. They were down 10-5. 10-5 they were down. And now they're up 11-10.
But now focus is needed, right? Because when Bestia have got the lead, they often drop the ball. And that's why they've so frequently find themselves in OT. They mustn't let that to be the case this time around. Up against an eco, they could present themselves on map and series points. Unless they fall victims to their own errors. Tomajin pushing past tunnels once again. Sure, it's clear. But not quite aware that Abyss is nearby. Imagine he may have cleared tunnels from one end. Now he's going to come in from the other. There's Easy Pixel. Information was given both from Shinden and Bestia. The double approach commences. Buddha there for reinforcement, flash through, but Buddha is scared of potential mid-crunch. Does he come in to help out his teammate? That's the question. Not quite so. There is help, however, from Kassin from above, but while he's focused on lower tunnels, Shinden might seize the opportunity to move into the A site. Smoke in the middle, that could provide them some space. Bomb is going down, albeit the incendiary thrown in. Timo staying quiet, getting the pick, but suddenly the pistols are chiming back. With that, they may have a way back in, but multiple angles for Bestia make this one all impossible. Tommy Jet too far away from the action. Bestia will be winning this one.
They're just the comeback heroes of this event. They're never going down, never letting go. And that would be 6 consecutive maps. They need one more round. That's 7 in a row now on the CT side. What a recovery it's been. Bestia are looking strong. They won that game. They won that grand final against MIBR, and you can tell they do. Nacho is on 7 multi-kill rounds. And it is a little bit wild. Shinden have been getting so many opening kills. Timo's 1 in 6 in opening fights. But it doesn't matter. Guti, Nas, 4 in 1, 4 in 2. They've got only one player who's negative in opening fights, but it doesn't matter, as they're still getting dominated in the mid to late rounds.
It's actually going to be their 8th consecutive map, Ted, given the reverse sweep against Galoris.
Nacho's missed the player.
This is quite huge. Nacho still lands an HE, so Shinden stick around a little longer. Okay, overtime becoming very, very real.
That's the classic, isn't it? A Bestia OT.
I mean, they haven't had a
one in every
single series. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's going to say it, Ted? You go ahead.
Yeah, they've played an overtime in every single series that they've played so far. We already made that point earlier, right? So that has the potential to be the first one where it doesn't go OT, but it's just one round the difference. 24 rounds on map 1, 24 rounds on map 2, ladies and gentlemen. Can Shinden bring this one back and stay alive for a little bit longer?
One round is all it takes. And off to the match versus MIBR Bestia can go. Looking like an A hit. But Timo mollied off. Given off an audio cue, so Tommy Jet has got that information. Minute on the clock. And Shinden are posturing in for a short collapse. This could get dangerous. Buddha's making the wise decision to close in on A to help with the defense. Smoke's providing some cover, but here come the cavalry. Longer distance, a lot of flashes. Shinden are permitted access without a single casualty. Buddha shown, but also traded a 4 versus 4 and a late flank from Abiz if need be. No one coming in from short though, so Abiz will be a little bit irrelevant, at least at the very start. Naz getting a lot of damage across. Not quite the final kill, which is exactly what he needed. To margin, Nacho and Timo, all of them converging their opponents. Abiz coming in late and not relevant in the round there. Bestia outsmart, outperform, and overcome 13-11, the 2-0, and MIBR are waiting.
This is such a close series. It doesn't get closer than that, and you can see the reaction. Buddha's absolutely ecstatic. They're all so happy with this one. A 13-11 on map 1, a 13-11 on map 2. That was definitely not a clean 2-0, Pavlos, but it's one that they deserve. The resilience to come back into that dust too as well. And now Bestia has won back-to-back series in that lower bracket. Through Galoris, through LP, Fluxo, and now Shinden, and they've made it into the grand final, and they will be playing against MIBR later today.
Yeah, that's 8 maps simultaneously in a row now for Bestia. That's quite the result that they've been able to
that's right.
accumulate.
They even lost the first map against Galoris, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So 8 maps in a row for Bestia. That's quite the streak. Whether you can call it momentum, I'm not sure, Ted, given the amount of overtimes needed. I wouldn't call this a one-sided affair from them in the lower bracket, but they did end up closing up the maps needed, and that's very important. One of the big reasons to that is Buddha currently leading in open kills for this map, and for good reason too. BESTIA fought with everything they had, and I can't help but feel it was also with Buddha's inputs off the serve as well in comms. He looked very determined to get his teammate back into the right mindset.
Yeah, it's about the experience of the in-game leader, right? And that's why that matchup against LNZ is going to be so interesting. But we did see Buddha actually evolve to some extent throughout the close qualifier, right? It felt like at the start he wasn't really able to rally the troops against Imperial when they were on the receiving end in their first round matchup. Then against Galores it was a little bit shaky, actually very shaky. But the deeper the run, the deeper the tournament went, the more it felt like Buddha could take things under control. And it feels like his frustration was a very clear signal that he does realize BESTIA have that issue where they are a little bit too relaxed sometimes, and they feel like they're going to be able to run away with the win. But here on Dust 2, he was able to react almost instantaneously. And as you said, it was talking outside during the tactical timeouts, but it felt like inside of the server, he was also able to lead them like a true captain and provide them with some very important multi-kills in crucial rounds.
Indeed, and that is the end for Shinden in this tournament. They had a brilliant run, winning their first 2 series of the tournament, beating Galores 2-0, taking Imperial down to the lower bracket, you know, being one of the reasons why Imperial got knocked out so early, and then getting MIBR into overtime on Nuke as well. That was pretty impressive from them, but this is where their journey ends. So no Star Series qualification for Shinden. We already saw more than we expected, but positive. Seeing players like Fraggerty have their moments throughout this tournament.
To the chase, everyone give me some space. Don't fall out, we fall into place. Every step walking with grace, amen. Keeping my foot off the brakes. Impact, I'm ready to brace. We fall down and land on our face, just to get up and finally escape. Wait, boom, boom. Baby, I'm trying to get paid. Legends don't die in a grave. They lived through the story they made, okay? Boom, boom, boom. Baby, I'm trying to get paid. Yeah. Legends don't die in a grave. Okay. Hey, legends don't die anyway. I was working on a play today. Body bags covered away. I paved, zipped up like a bathing ape. How many of us then came and stayed? Not too many. I've been staying awake to get it and get right on every mistake. I give them a bite, they taking a plate. It's all been a feeling that I couldn't shake. So I just keep killing till I'm at the gates. We straight, we treat them like worms in a lake. They bake, just give me a drum and a bass. I skate and grind till I'm numb in the face, okay? Don't fuck up my day. Don't talk about clutch, I got ice in my veins. I'm colder than Trey, I stick to the code. I'm glitching the game. I do anything for the win at the end of the day. I gotta cut to the chase. Everyone give me some space. Don't fall out, we fall into place. Every step walking with grace, amen. Keeping my foot off the brakes. Impact, I'm ready to brace. We fall down and land on our face. Just to get up and finally escape. Wait. Boom, boom. Baby, I'm trying to get paid. Legends don't die in a grave. They live through the story they made, okay? Boom, boom. Baby, I'm trying to get paid. Legends don't die in a grave. Legends don't die anyways. Baby, I'm trying to get paid. Legends don't die in a grave. They live through the story they made, okay? Boom, boom. Baby, I'm trying to get paid. Legends don't die in a grave. Legends don't die anywhere.
making something out of nothing. Then you feel me? I'm glad to be in that position because everything is broke.
Every time I elevated something to celebrate. John Jones, I went to heavyweight on these featherweights, but I ain't backing down, I'ma take the weight up another plate. Lean at the crumbs, that's how you eat, let me demonstrate. Decade in the game, I ain't lost a step, I just upped the pace. Watch them up the pay, I put in the reps and pick up the chase. Then it up the balance, but we ain't even no miles away. It ain't just a talent, I took the challenge and walked the craze. Fell a couple times, but I got back up with some saving grace. Definitely leader, a pastor still need a preacher. Talk to me when I'm shallow, lend a lens to see deeper, closer in to see higher up. That's too much for the speakers, but ain't much for the thinkers. Clouded, I rush to the lower end to see what's in the deeper. Found a message to send itself, we're much younger and eager. Keep your youth and maintain your health, cause the future is trouble. But you made for the struggle, and you born with the hustle. Any imagery less than greatness, erase it and double down on your first mind. I come from the worst kind, made life before I found shine. No chain, it was all grind. I'm him and they wanna dim, but my lumen's way off the chart. I'm human, I can't admit, but my spirit up with the stars. I'm clear as I ever been. This feeling won't never end. They watching, I notice, but it ain't knocking the focus. I'm highest and hottest, but I still be I'm a champion. I'ma win, I know. I'ma grind for mine. They can't stop me, no. If I die, it's fine, cause I live to show that it can be done. I'm a champion. I'm a champion. I'ma win, I know. I'ma grind for mine. They can't stop me, no. If I die, it's fine, cause I live to show that it can be done. I'm a champion. I'm a champion. Life been so crazy, I can't do nothing but look high. This is just like I prayed, but ain't like I thought. I'm my way and sitting in my zone while they plotting out my grave. I'm plotting my next stop out state, getting that pay. I kept it true, I can't say how they played. I'm just gonna state what I knew and thank God I got grace. Grace for my years I've been putting in that pain. The bounce back insane, the build up took time, but wiped up the stains. I'm mic'd up is live, tap in, let's get gains. It ain't no more would did or should did. I got too much right now to brain. That's all I know and all I live for. All trying to stop my show. The tour 10 years ain't stopping till it's round the world and back again and back again and back again and back.
cut to the chase. Everyone give me some space. Don't fall out, we fall into place. Every step walking with grace, amen. Keeping my foot off the brakes. Impact, I'm ready to brace. We fall down and land on our face. Just to get up and finally escape. Wait, boom, boom. Baby, I'm trying to get paid. Legends don't die in a grave. They live through the story they made, okay? Boom, boom. Baby, I'm trying to get paid. Legends don't die in a grave. Hey, legends don't die anyway. I was working on a play today. Body bags covered away. I paved, zipped up like a bathing ape. How many of us then came and stayed? Not too many. I've been staying awake to get it and get right on every mistake. I give them a bite, they taking a plate. It's all been a feeling that I couldn't shake. So I just keep killing till I'm at the gates. We straight, we treat them like worms in a lake. They bake, just give me a drum and a bass. I skate and grind till I'm numb in the face, okay? Don't fuck up my day. Don't talk about clutch, I got ice in my veins. I'm colder than Trey, I stick to the code. I'm glitching the game. I do anything for the win at the end of the day. I gotta cut to the chase. Everyone give me some space. Don't fall out, we fall into place. Every step walking with grace, amen. Keeping my foot off the brakes. Impact, I'm ready to brace. We fall down and land on our face. Just to get up and finally escape. Wait, boom, boom. Baby, I'm trying to get paid. Legends don't die in a grave. They live through the story they made, okay? Boom, boom. Baby, I'm trying to get paid. Legends don't die in a grave. Legends don't die anyways. Boom, boom. Baby, I'm trying to get paid. Legends don't die in a grave. They live through the story they made, okay? Boom, boom. Baby, I'm trying to get paid. Legends don't die in a grave. Legends don't die anywhere.
We built a legacy that defined generations. But history only remembers those who survive what comes next.
Okay, that's some resistance. Okay, maybe you can. Eating my words as
Faster.
they eat its bullets.
More brutal. Unforgiving. Season 20 is here. Write your name in gold.
The moment we've all been waiting for has finally arrived. Welcome to the grand finals of the South American Closed Qualifier of Star Series. Ted, it's been such a long road. So many teams have now been eliminated, but only two remain, and that is BESTIA and MIBR.
The fight has been ferocious. We started this entire close qualifier with 8 teams coming out of the South American region, and we've got just 2 of them left. A double elimination bracket. A lot of storylines heading into today. Some of them, the most interesting ones, including our 2 grand finalists, and one of them will grab a spot for that Star Series Season 20 that's going to be taking place between the 17th and the 20th of September. Vitality, Furia, Navi, and Mouse with the direct invites. Aurora and Magic making their way through the European Close Qualifier, and one out of BESTIA and MIBR will be joining them, Pavlos. This is going to be a banging matchup.
It really should be, and as we expected today, due to the fact that the lower bracket was comprised of 2 Argentinian teams, 1 Argentinian team to meet MIBR. So we do have Brazil versus Argentina as well in this matchup. So adding to the storylines as well, as we were alluding to earlier, we are full of them. But 2 interesting teams, MIBR not to drop a single series, and for BESTIA, they've been the Grim Reapers of the lower bracket, an 8-map streak for them. But let's get into the MIBR MIBR conversation a little bit more. They've come into this tournament, first seed, the only team out of the lot that have consistently been playing international events, having some decent results overseas, but now rejoin local events to make it into yet another very important LAN.
It's a new look at MIBR. It's been such a long time since we've seen this team go to an international tier 1 LAN. It's been basically since the major, right? And ever since then, they made that roster change. NQZ coming in. A lot of people had their opinion about whether Klim should have stayed, whether they should have let him go, whether they should have tried to buy him out permanently. I feel like the NQZ move was a slam dunk, and it's definitely made them a very strong team heading into that game against BESTIA that, as you pointed out, have been on some lower bracket shenanigans.
They have, and while you can have the discussion and isolate the maps they've been winning in a row, which is 8, by the way, they haven't had a lot of ease in kind of getting there, right? I mean, you see the map results that they get, a ton of overtimes required. I mean, we're talking about 22-19 against Galoris, 16-12 on Cash, 16-12 on Ancient against the same team. LP, also, they had to use a 19-16 to beat them, and a 16-12 on a Nuke again versus Flux. So every single series they played, bar the one against Shinden earlier today, they needed a scrappy result to get across the line. So BESTIA, we've seen some very high highs, but also some very low lows. But given the competition they have at hand today with MIBR, they can't afford to see the latter.
No, absolutely not. And even that game earlier was a little bit of a show-stopping series. It was a 13-11, 13-11. We're going to get into the veto here, Pablos, and this is where it gets very interesting because MIBR are leaving Cash open. MIBR have 2 maps that they've not played in the last 3 months. Dust 2 and Cash. Dust 2 they're not going to go for, and this is one of the strengths that they have going up against BESTIA and that veto. Now, the Inferno pick is still going to come through, and this is again a map that BESTIA don't really like as much, and one of the maps that we've seen MIBR play against Fluxo, and they look damn good on it. And then if we go to a third and final map, by the looks of things, we're going to be taking a look at a Mirage. But these first 2 maps, if everything goes right, this should be a 3-mapper, and BESTIA should be winning their map pick. Inferno should be going in favor of MIBR. The main thing when it comes down to that Cash, though, is the fact that BESTIA don't really know what to expect. MIBR have not played a single official on it, and for BESTIA, we can say that they have had the opportunity to play it. They've gotten 2 wins and 1 loss, but it's not against the highest of opposition.
Sure.
So I feel like this is a little bit of a hidden rock, let's say, for the side of MIBR. It could be an ace up their sleeve.
Well, they have beaten MIBR Academy, so the sister team of MIBR on this map before, but as alluded to, right, no VODs for MIBR on this map, on Cash. And look, I feel like there's a serious conversation to be had here as well, because you do come into this veto, you know you're going to be floating Cash, you know there's going to be a real big opportunity for BESTIA to select it against you. So I don't think MIBR are going to be completely in an unknown territory here. I feel like they will have something prepared for us, but it's that official rep situation that they'll have to take care of. Talent predictions on the screen. Myself and you both think MIBR are on form right now. Anything else to add that leans you one way other than the other? I feel like there are many cases to make for MIBR, but for BESTIA, is there a case to be made there?
To be fair, I feel like the case should be momentum, right? And it's not like we can't pretend that MIBR has been perfect ever since the event has started, right? They've played so many close series and against teams that on paper should be a little bit lower placed than BESTIA. And also, we've got the fact that BESTIA have beaten everyone that MIBR have beaten as well, right? MIBR played against LP. It was a very close 3-mapper. BESTIA 2-0'd them. MIBR played against Fluxo. They 2-0'd them. BESTIA did the same. They beat Shinden. BESTIA did the same. So when you're talking about those 2 teams, it just feels like we should be putting them on a very similar level when it comes down to the context of this tournament and this tournament alone. But in retrospect, yes, MIBR is the big favorite heading into it. But for BESTIA, they have been able to gather that momentum on the back of winning now what is 4 best-of-3s in a row leading into that final.
Sure, 100%. But as we get into the server, we could also start highlighting some of the individuals shining in this tournament so far. Insani having a brilliant event as well. I mean, you were mentioning also MIBR having some difficulties and them having to overcome them, and that they also didn't have an overtime free time over in the upper bracket. You know, some of the individuals, and you were mentioning NQZ's addition as well, have really added to the depth and the firepower for MIBR. They look like in a solid spot, and if any team is going to be making it into that main event of StarSeries in Europe later this year, MIBR have been the front runners and still remain, right? So even though there are cracks in the armor, the cracks are twofold. They are from both sides, and whether one team will be exploiting the cracks of the other, we'll be finding out very soon, Ted.
Absolutely, and it's been a long while since we've had that type of a game, right? Me and you were taking a look at it, but the MIBR and BESTIA cores of these teams have not actually played against each other, right? And that's, I guess, this is the exciting part of it, because we don't have a massive database on how things could actually work out between those two teams. And if you're looking at, I guess, someone like Burnzan, who's been here for such a long time, the last time he's played against BESTIA was in September of 2025. So that's the last time that MIBR as an organization has played against BESTIA, right? And the score back then was a 2-0. It was a 13-5 on Overpass, a 13-9 on Inferno. But it has been that long since those two organizations have played against each other. And the interesting thing is that when it comes down to the best of threes, BESTIA have actually never beaten MIBR as an organization, right? They've played a couple of times. They've played once in CSGO. They've played a couple of times in CS2. The only win that BESTIA have over MIBR was a Mirage 16-14 in a best of one. Best of threes, this org has never been able to best made in Brazil.
And I'll tell you something else, Ted. Something BESTIA have also not achieved as an org is play a Tier 1 international LAN. They have an opportunity to do that once if they win this series. This is a breaking moment in the history of BESTIA as an organization. So if they're able to succeed that, they'll be starting something new, a new era of this org. And for BESTIA, and I feel like for so many of the individuals in this team, it means so much, right? This is spearheaded by Buddha, obviously, who has played big events before, has played across season into big tournaments. But, you know, some of the rest of the squad are looking for that very first experience. And knowing how close they are to it, you better know they'll be locked in, fully focused for this match.
Yeah, it's all about saving the energy as well. Another very important, because there's a couple of very important factors that we need to bring up here, Pavlos, right? One of them would be the fact that MIBR are going into this one as their only official of the day. And usually there is a point to be made that, especially when the break is a little bit shorter, which was the case here. The team that has already played could get tired a little bit earlier, but they're also going to be warmer heading into the first map, right? True. So BESTIA do have the opportunity to get onto a good start here, especially considering the fact that they're playing against MIBR on a map that they don't really know and they're not used to, and they've not played any officials on. If we have to talk about the purely individual side of things, there's a couple of things that are worth bringing up. Venom Zera is the highest rated player of this entire tournament heading into the grand final. We're talking about a 137 over 7 maps. He's followed by Insani and LNZ. Guti from the side of Shinden is number 4. You've got Thomasin, who's outside of the top 5, who's the highest rated player for the side of BESTIA at a 115. But you're looking at MIBR, Venom Zera, Insani, LNZ, all of them in the top 3. These guys have been playing such great Counter-Strike. And if we're talking Venom Zera individually, this is one of the best events that we've seen out of him that's been so impactful so far this year, right? This is the highest rated event he's had so far in 2026. And in general, with the MIBR jersey, this is his best event. So, yeah, this is... it's a bit anticlimactic for BESTIA, because you're going up against one of the sharpest shooters on the side of MIBR who's having a live event, Insani, who's playing very well, and LNZ, who we had that conversation yesterday, looks like he spent hours on deathmatch.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it. There's some sharpness with him, and for that reason has been performing on a different level, and it's really cool to see. Something else to note as well, this has been 2 completely different journeys in the tournament for these rosters, right? On the one hand, MIBR getting here with the upper bracket, sure. But for BESTIA, I feel like that lower bracket was quite a big arc of itself, right? In total, this is 4 maps more played in this tournament than their opponents, right? Bestia having to go through a few extra games. Well, one extra game to be in total, right? One extra series, but also having to play. Well, it's actually 2 extra series, to be honest. The fact that there were 2 zeros means that that's why they are 4 maps and not 5 or 6 more. But it's a completely different tangent. For MIBR, on the one hand, you're kind of joining another tournament. You're playing one game every 2 days, and you're in the final. For Bestia, it's been a brutal battle every single day, fighting for their lives. So there's a lot more invested in this for Bestia. In terms of recent effort put in. But we're seeing thumbs up from the players, so it looks like we should be jumping into the game anytime soon, everybody.
It's been a long road, but it all comes down to this. We've got Bestia and MIBR. One of these 2 teams is going to be making it into the StarLadder StarSeries Season 20, the return of StarSeries after such a long break. For MIBR, that would be the first Tier 1 event of the new season, with NQZ as well. And for the side of Bestia, that would be their first Tier 1 event as an organization. Full stop. They've played RMRs, they've played qualifiers, but they've never been that close to a $500,000 LAN tournament. And it all starts with a cash. MIBR have not played a single map on here since the map got reintroduced into the map pool. Bestia starting on the CT side. Ladies and gents, let's get it.
This is it. This is to play up against some of the giants of Counter-Strike. Mal's recently winning an event. Furia, Vitality, all of them waiting on the other side. And whoever wins this will be joining them in a LAN environment and of StarSeries. Buddha, beautiful headshot against Insani, and MIBR seem to have the ball rolling in the right direction. Well, Bestia, and they've responded nicely. 4 players already nearby. This is going to be a really tough show. LNZ's hurting. Nacho at a distance. Can't quite convert it into a pick, but Bestia are being patient. MIBR not wanting to pull the trigger on the attack too quickly. A minute on the clock. Bernardson hoping there's a way backwards for his teammates, but Enki's sort of stuck in a position right now. Ends up getting a pick on his way out.
Hold
2
on.
as well. The headshots are chiming. Cassin finally out of his corner. And the fact that Bernardson has only got 4 points of health on him does mean that this should be a simple endeavor for Bestia. A valiant effort for MIBR to make it this close by the end.
Yeah, that was a nice attempt out of NQZ, by the way. And I was going to say he's very trapped and on an island, but LNZ was actually peeking and not being afraid for his life in order to support NQZ and allow him to get a couple of kills. Nice attempt, but a good shutdown coming out of Bestia. We spoke about them playing a couple of maps on cash, but not really having the opportunity to play it as much. Still, obviously, a lot more than MIBR, for whom this is their first official. There's 3 maps that they've played on it. A 22-19 win over Glorious, that was in this qualifier a couple of days ago. A 13-8 win over MIBR Academy on the 11th of July. And then an 8-13 loss to the Sharks on the 10th of July. So yeah, if we're following that path, MIBR Academy should be a little bit worse than MIBR themselves, right? Just a little bit.
No, that's a fair assessment.
But technically, you never know. Because you remember Imperial beat Bestia, but they lost to Bestia Academy before that.
Yeah, the permutations there are a little bit odd.
Yeah. You've had some of these moments over in Europe as well over the years. There was a point in time where Big Academy was probably better than the main team. You had a point in time where
NXT at some point.
Navi Jr. could literally play the same events as Navi, and maybe you would put your money that they could even beat them in a head-to-head last year.
Very true. Very true. I'm never going to get used to the elevator music.
That was great.
Well, Tech Ball's coming in right before MIBR's first buy round. They did go for the full eco the previous, so they've got cash to invest into AK-47s and plenty of utility all around.
I'm just vibing with the tune.
Yeah, it's not the music you'd expect with a game of such gravity. Buddha experienced all the emotions in the previous game. We saw him disappointed, hurt, I get frustrated, energized, elated. I feel like we've seen so many different faces of Buddha in the past 3 hours.
Yeah, it's a little bit tough when the game starts with a tech, and obviously we hope that everything's going to be all right. But we've had a fair share of these over the course of the last couple days. We can have another conversation here, Pavlos. I think we can now focus our attention a little bit more on everything that's been going on and what that would mean for both these teams, but also for the entire picture of these qualifiers. From Europe, we had Magic and Aurora coming through. Aurora with that new lineup with Zantaris and Woxic and Wakadia staying, but Jimmy, Kickstone, and Ash arriving. Magic, that team that had the breakthrough performance a couple of months ago when they qualified for PGA Astana, right, and beat a couple of good teams there.
True.
So this tournament is already proving to be a very stacked one. And these are the teams outside of the invites. These are just the close qualifier ones.
Yeah, no, and I feel like teams like Magic are on that upward trajectory as well. They've started to gain a lot more traction in the events they've been playing. They've been winning a lot of events, side quests, and slowly gaining up the rankings. Big tournament for them, and let's see if MIBR Bestia able to greet them there. So with the information gathered here from Bestia, they know this is not much attention put into this ace site, but longer distance for the AK-47 does wonders on those two fights. I wonder if the MIBR pivot here, because it looked like a B-heavy hit, but with those two frags, you might want to change your ideas.
I think you're just doing that, right? Because LNZ's still in towards Z, and he knows that they can't rotate quickly. Thomason has found a kill, but that's perfect. Now they know where he is, and Sani can get that kill. And if you're Buddha and Nacho, you're not even thinking about going around the world and rotating back.
Might as well go back to spawn.
What a
and hear the
round out
radio.
of Burnson.
Yeah.
And it's good to see him do something like this as well, right? Because Burnson has been individually, and I think this is no secret to anyone. He's been the player that has been struggling the most individually on this team.
That's true.
Right? Even if you compare him to the IGO of LNZ, LNZ has been lights out better than Burnson in terms of individual consistency when it comes down to pure numbers. And obviously Burnson's role on this team and his positions are not the greatest, but he is a pretty experienced piece, right? He's played 3 majors already with MIBR. He's been on the team since May of 2022. He was a product of the academy before that. He's played a multitude of tier 1 events with this organization over the course of the last couple of years. So you really want him to step up, especially on a domestic level.
For now, the 2 picks that he provided were pretty much everything needed for MIBR to secure the round. Of course, he was dealing with 2 players that had not the same amount of firepower available to them. And this is that favored his AK, but sharp headshots, not playing around. Those are the type of kills that you should just make quick work of, and that's exactly what Bernison does. We'd all be in for a redemption story in this tournament. Really, Chiantu and Sani limited to 63 points of health for the rest of this round. Attention put into mid by both teams. 3 players now moving into Z from Bestia. LNZ's fairly deep, and with that jump, Tomajin knows this kind of presence around. Good interruption, but MIBR had no solution to this.
Oh, Thomason follows up with another one. The player's still going on towards B, but they do have a 5v3. The only thing that the player on the side has to do is try and buy time.
And he's just hiding. An HE to delay as well, soften up the attack. Molly
forgot the
fails.
lineup.
Oh boy. And this vent cross as well adds to the complication. Venom Zera dies to flames. And NQZ finds himself in a very lonely world. Smoke will fade, clear view for Tamajan to take care of business. And with that, Bestia answer back so damn smoothly.
Did did NQZ forget the lineup about the molly? Because if that's the case, that's what it looked like. If that's the case, these are some early signs that MIBR have not really played any officials on Cash, right? If you are forgetting some of these util lineups, if you are getting caught off guard like this, Tomajan is just running around and getting kills. We're talking about a transition from being a lurking, anchoring player to now being the superstar on the team. Making sure that the stake map winner prediction odds are in favor of Bestia. Of course, make sure you take care of that or take advantage of that weekly reload, $35. Head towards the banner below the stream. Last opportunity as the grand final of the qualifier.
This time it would be no funny business in mid. Want to fully commit into this B side. Nacho burned up, still gets 2. And with Buddha in vent, chipping in with the damage, this is already a complicated affair for MIBR. LNZ's trying to scramble his way onto the side, but these HGs will continue to cause pressure. Bestia is so close to this as well. It's far more difficult for MIBR to recover.
Somehow it didn't do more damage to LNZ, and he's still alive after these 2 HEs in the Molotov, but this is going to be such a difficult hold. He needs NQZ to step up.
Brilliance required, but this is far more than what they can handle in this moment. Bestia well coordinated, a pop flash and a double peek is all that's needed for Bestia to cross the line here.
You know what? This defense is already looking rock solid. And this is a statement out of Bestia, right? This is what they need going into the series. That's the picture that we're painting from the very beginning. If Bestia want to make this competitive, they need to win Cash. This is the entire purpose of the Hail Mary that you're throwing in there. And so far, so good. MIBR looking a little bit flustered. They've been able to get just 1 opening kill over the course of these first 4 rounds. Or 5 at this point. Buddha, Tomajan, Nacho, Cassin, all of them have had multi-kills already. Money starting to pile up for the CTs as well. And MIBR forced to go for a bit of a half by a set piece out that A door. We might see the FaZe Clan wall of smokes out of LNZ.
Molly. MIBR gains site control access. We've seen Bestia go for these 5-man retakes on this A site before. Seems to be the answer on the anti-ecos. Let's see if MIBR have a better answer to this.
Oh, he's
solution. That's annoying. And now the smokes fade. So everyone is primed for the picking. Bestia about to devour MIBR whole. A 5-course meal. NQZ and LNZ. Just the last pieces to that feast. And all is done by Bestia. Very methodical.
They just waited out the smokes, right? They were like, well, we know you've got pistols. You take the bomb site, that's fine. You can get a bomb plant, that's also all right. We're just gonna let you do that, but we know you don't have anything to hold on to the bomb site with. You don't have the guns, you don't have the util. The only way that you get yourselves an AK is if we gave you a fight, but we're just not gonna do that. Spam also helps, obviously, out of Thomason. But that's one of the key things about that A bomb site on Cash as well. It feels like it's a very tricky and very difficult one to protect against the half buy. And especially when you know the T's don't have a lot of money, probably the wisest thing that you can do is not have anyone on the bomb site itself. Just make sure that if, in case they have the best flashes and proper smokes and a good exec and all these Tech 9s, you're not in a position where they could surprise you and take you out. Hey, Rush.
Ooh, this time they're speeding up, MIBR. This time also Bestia stick around in the madness. Venom's Era crossing through the smokes adds to the question marks. Ooh. A lot of damage comes through from the nades and Buddha spray. But a 2v3 seems a bit far-fetched. Can they make it happen?
They're still giving it a go. Venom Zero's low on HP, and they have enough money to try and pull something like that off. Nacho's got an incendiary, and Buddha has a smoke.
They've got nothing to lose by taking these fights. Only to the back of sights. Bernison goes to the right-hand side and does not get caught. Buddha's drop. I think that's audible. It's heard. MIBR just being patient. And Sani shows his ground. Now Venom, Zera, and Bernison fall to the hands of Nacho, but you're running out of time, and the bomb's wide into the open. Insani chooses the right moment to swing, and MIBR have found their answer.
He doesn't go down. That's such a cool switch of pace out of MIBR, and this is one of the proofs, by the way, that they've practiced the map. What Venom Zera did there, that's the path that a lot of people are creating. You're basically just creating a tunnel for yourself in the smokes as the entry player. That's why the A-bomb side is so difficult to defend against a proper execution. Because you have the first smoke, which is essentially just smoking the Molotov of the CTs. Then you have the one that's on the cross, and then you have another one between red container and the wall that makes sure that no one can see you from highway and from the car. But if you're the first guy running in and the flashes are good, you can just follow the line of smokes. Never leave the smokes, never show yourself, and you're basically just spawning inside of the bomb side behind the CTs. It's a very cool play. And especially when you have a teammate opening door and coming in from the right-hand side, from MBK's side of the bomb side, it's very difficult for anyone being there trying to defend to actually turn around and look at you.
It's nice tech. And MIBR have it in their pocket of tricks. They haven't quite seen the bag full just yet. And a nice entry by Insani. Buddha was mollied
they
up.
have the insta-smoke for the molly as well for the boost. So MIBR have practiced the map. Apparently the failed Molotov in towards Sunroom was just a bit of a coincidence, and they must have practiced the map. They probably knew they were going to be playing it today.
Yeah, maybe that molly was just a bit of a fluke. Happens. Insani. Close and personal. Tamarjan, long distance on the angle, so he sees his opponent first, or at least well enough to end up with the frag. Kassin also gets the pick. Where is that from, though? That was from quite the distance. Over on car. And even though MIBR have gained site control and bomb down, it's Bestia with the numbers.
It could still be a little bit tricky to retake that bomb side, though. They do have 2 incendiaries, right? So the player in towards squad is going to be in a very tough spot. Even if they don't molly him out with the first one, they have a second.
Molly misses.
Does Nacho use his? Surely they realize they failed.
NQC seeing hitting. So Bernison actually. Kassin eventually finds him though, and NQZ no longer has a sight onto the bomb. That molly sure will land, but it's a little bit too late. And the bomb is diffused with a kit. And Bestia right back in their winning ways.
I was just going to say, surely with that amount of time left and with your player in towards squad alive and the bomb not planted for you, you just throw the molly instantly, take the attention away, right? Or you just peek in a lot more of a brave fashion. I guess NQZ was thinking I'm the one playing for the round, but maybe then he didn't realize the bomb was not planted for him. He did have to peek a little bit earlier. It's fine margins. Bestia with a successful retake, 6 rounds already on the CT side. Money a bit problematic for MIBR, but Insani gets another opening kill. And again in towards mid. That must have been an insane shot onto Thomason as well.
Ooh, Kassin, he's warming up. I mean, he's been playing the previous series, right? The lower bracket final, but he's loving this game so far. Hasn't budged. MIBR will try and punish, but Timo's got his teammates back. Insane. Double kill. And even though Kassin is jumping to get out of dodge, Timo repositions, ends up being caught. If Kassin isn't careful, he also could fall. Venom Zera with a double 1D. How has this round flipped on its head?
There's no way. Not like this. And economically, this is such a tough round as well to lose if you're Bestia. This was your opportunity. Your opportunity to just run away with an even bigger lead, and Nacho now needs to clutch up. At least they're not looking towards him. Oh,
no, they are.
He is.
Timing.
No way.
Oh god, a heart attack moment. Nacho lands. Venom Zera so close. Point blank flash. Sees his opponent. Thinks his opponent moves away into the corner, but instead Venom Zera holds his ground, finds a headshot, and MIBR to clutch it up. That was crazy.
It really was. But these are the types of rounds that we've seen Bestia drop every now and again, right? Throughout this entire tournament. These are the types of rounds that we're going to see if MIBR are going to be able to take advantage of, right? And we see a second tactical timeout out of Bestia already 9 rounds in. And that tells you enough. Taking a look at the opening kills, and this is an interesting perspective now. Bestia have been able to get 5 openers. MIBR actually have 4 of them, right? So the difference is not that big. MIBR are very efficient, and these are 2 consecutive rounds in which Insani is able to get them a man advantage. And that's probably the best thing that could happen to you if you are MIBR as well, right? Unlocking Insani early on the T side, making him look and feel comfortable. Same for Venom Zera with these openers.
This is just put Bestia on the cliff's edge. Losing this, MIBR have a stellar opportunity to close up the distance. A 1-3-1. Venom Zera on a bit of a journey of his own while the rest of the team are trying to break into mid. It's Insani that's creating quite a lot of space for his team right now. But most importantly, figuring out what the setup for Bestia is. Venom Zera falls, however. So it's on the back foot for MIBR.
And that was in towards B. Buddha started there as the rotation player. Trying to show a little bit of extra presence. LNZ's looking to right the wrongs. Jiggling. Yeah, LNZ spotted. Just deploying the smoke straight away. They do have a bit of a gap though. If they accelerate into the B bomb site early enough, that's a very well placed incendiary though. That's going to slow them down. Rotations has arrived.
Well, Buddha's going to be smoked off for now. Insani line of the headshot, expecting where his opponent will be. 1 left on site. The flash from Tamuzin is insane. Nacho doubles up off the back of it. Bernison wants to aggress forwards. The flash is a little bit weak, but the molly gets his opponent out of location. Bestia converge on the position as humanly damn possible, and it's soon enough to shut MIBR down before they get a chance to plant the bomb.
It's such great teamwork. This flash wins them everything. That's Thomason just saving the round. I know Buddha's the one to get the opening kill, then he comes back, they shut him down, and obviously it's Nacho to get the double kill. Nacho was the dead man walking. They knew exactly where he was. Everything else was mollied, cleared out. He was in towards last box. If it's not for that flash, he's not getting anything done. Maybe 1 kill at best.
That was a must-win for Bestia. And they were very decisive with winning it. Cassin not quite landing the second time around, but the nade should finish the job onto LNZ. No, it's on by a thread. Cassin also dies. This can become complicated, but the bomb needs to cross onto site. Insani with the R8s. Ends up falling. Bomb in the middle of the site, and with Thomasin creating the lurk. This is curtains already. Thank you, Z. Dead man crouching. And Bestia on 8 rounds already with 1 to spare in the half.
What a start. And they do look warmer than MIBR, right? We were praising some of these individuals. It feels like Venom Zera's had a little bit of a tough time. NQZ is far from showing his best. It feels like we've seen a decent amount of impact out of Insani, and maybe Venom Zera as well to some extent on some of these entries, but LNZ and NQZ have definitely had a bit of a tougher time going into this one. And of course, this is cash. This is the opportunity for Bestia. Probably the best chance they're going to have to pick up a map, so we shouldn't be overly concerned about the chances of MIBR to take us to a 3-mapper. This was the picture that we were painting at the very start, that this is a series that is likely to go all the way because of the veto and how it's shaping up. But Bestia are looking very comfortable.
Okay, MIBR with quite the entry. BESTIA wanted to test the mid, but it ends up blowing up in their face. LNZ is unstoppable. Now you're trying to move into this A site. You've created a lot of space for yourself, a double-sided approach. You've got to be patient with LNZ's movement, especially considering the unknowns coming in from Truck. Casson ends up falling, and Nacho is the last player to be found. He's been spotted, he's been shot down, and MIBR close out the half with a positive. A bit of a distance between themselves and their opponents, but BESTIA look good. Eight to 4 being the score, getting things going on the first map of the grand final. South American close qualifier of StarSeries is here. And BESTIA so far to be in command. Can MIBR answer back their favor on their opponents' map pick, starting things off on the CT side here.
They've put themselves in a great position, BESTIA. One pistol round could take them so far, and they're just rushing in. They've got no chill about them. Venom Zero trying to slow them down.
Oh boy, Venom Zero is just the 2 for him as he goes down to Buddha's hands, and BESTIA close in on the site to gain full control. A 3v3, no util remaining for MIBR, so all of these picks will have to be by force. 2 angles, one already cared of. Tomasin, making sure the checker's room is his and no one else's. As Insani, LNZ joint to the hip, they move in, joint to the hip, they move to the floor.
And that should be putting them on the right track. They've played such a convincing game of Counter-Strike. And we were talking about the consecutive maps that BESTIA have won in this qualifier as well. This is where the challenge really begins. And again, Inferno's still coming up, so even if they run away with this map, this is not curtains, far from it. But BESTIA have won 8 consecutive maps. That would be 9 consecutive maps if they were to win here. That's a good start, though. What a zinger.
So, MIBR overstacked the A site as well, thinking that a gamble there could bear fruit, but the bomb is still leaning towards the south of the map. Not that the commitment has been made or anything. This is quite a lot of A control for MIBR, very deep for Bernison. It's to be expected. It's been left unchecked, uncared for. Oh, but Bernison's about to be challenged, surely. And it's Nacho with the bomb to walk in first. AK in hand. No one to bait. Bernison moving forwards. Plays it aggressive. Nearly actually ends up with a double kill. Cassin barely holding onto his life. 11 HP in total. And MIBR might have a good idea of where this hit is about to take place.
They've got all the right pieces at the right places. SMG's around. Timo looking for an edge. And Sani's able to drop Buddha, and this one is falling apart, going through the smoke. Teemo's trying to save the day. They know where the scout is. They can isolate NQZ, but he's found one more. And now it's all about buying time, all about staying alive. Gaston's so low. One bullet is all they need, and it's NQZ. With the non-scope of the scout, this one goes down to the wire, but MIBR might still have something to show on Cash.
Look at the criticism on Burners, and what he just did there was huge. Able to get the first pick, the damage, and be so deep that allows the rest of MIBR to get into position quick enough for the defense. NQZ also, you've got to highlight that, the pick there, as well as the no-scope by the end. It shows why he's such a strong player and why this addition to the team has elevated their fragging abilities. It's clutch, it's needed, it's necessary. MIBR in the game with that win. This cripples BESTIA economically as well, down to the pistols. Having a bit of a harder time. Runners in. Taking care of Cassin as the A-site attack takes ahead. Buda and Timo both seem like they should be falling fairly quickly. The ball at least goes down, right? There's that positive that they can think about. But MIBR will do their due diligence. Close in little by little. And overwhelm in numbers and firepower and all the rest. Smoke fades, Timo falls, the bomb will be defused, and MIBR are absolutely in this right now.
I'm starting to get intrigued, by the way, because I feel like Cash is one of these maps that has the layout to be T-sided, right? But that comes down to how good the preparation of the team is. For a team like MIBR that's playing it for the first time and has such strong individuals, maybe it could be a little bit more comfortable to be playing on the defense, right?
That comfort is short of Soren in the odds as well, even though BESTIA leading 9-6. It's even Steven in regards to who Stake think will be coming out on top of this map. What's the plan? BESTIA moving in for a 4-man push into this B site, but it's being taken care of already in mid. It's a great flash from NQZ. Venom Zera follows up on it nicely. It's a good sequence. It's simple. It's eloquent. And with Nacho's position being discovered, the rest of this round became a formality. 9-7. Oh boy.
That's a game. We've got a game on our hands. And BESTIA, first buy round coming up. What is the plan? Now, we did see some cool set pieces and execs out of MIBR, right? There was some cool spawns out of crew calls out of spawn, some rushes in towards A, some decent util, some opening kills provided, courtesy of the early boost and smoke for the molly. Let's see if BESTIA are going to be able to control the middle area of the map. There it goes, Nacho. Opening kill provided. 2 more players in towards the sandbags, though. One caught with an 8 in hand, but LSE's there for the cover.
In the meantime, though, BESTIA have gained a lot of space into the A site. You're going to need to go get the bomb, though. The Martian is stuck. Has to play aggressive. Timo with a pick. Cassin with them. And this will be slightly unorthodox. Does it matter, though, when Timo does what he's done? He loses his teammate in the process. And has time to go get the bomb, even change the idea on where he wants to end up on. MIBR don't know that the bomb isn't there. They're probably scratching their heads, why hasn't he planted already?
They've got no clue what is going on. But he's got plenty of time to work with. The worst thing that MIBR could do right now is overthink the situation, right? They should stay close to one another. They're not going to really move around. The question is whether they line up and he sees both of them. Because if he gets one kill, that's fine. The other player can get the refrag. And Venom Zero is watching. He's not ready for the angle. The 4Ps out of LNZ is enough. MIBR dodge another bullet.
Oh, that's brilliant. And it looked like BESTIA had everything under control, right? They were winning a lot of the engagements out on mid. They did get a lot of space over to the A site. But because the bomb carrier was not on that A push, they couldn't really take care of that pace. They couldn't take advantage of it, of that instability, because then maybe Bestia would have had an opportunity to also use Speedway to create a lurk, a flank on the mid players of MIBR, right? It changes the trajectory of that round tenfold.
Yeah. It's about stopping one of these avenues. And we kind of talked about it as well, right? When you're playing that type of a round, a lot of the times the CTs are just going to be playing A on a retake. So you don't really want to have the bomb middle, right? You want to have it going towards the extremity. At least then they can play the retake. You can play the post plant, even if you're at a man disadvantage. But in that type of a situation, it just wastes a lot of time. A quick reminder, the 80k gear giveaway. Click on the banner below the stream. Head over to our partners of 80k. You can win some gaming mice. This is the last reminder. You literally sign up for the giveaway by watching. How far can they go, though? A set piece into our single door. These pops are so dangerous. If the first guy gets shut down, then the CT should have an easy time. But if Thomason is able to open up a gap or get a kill, then it's a completely different ball game.
Runners in.
Perfect.
Simple work of this. Couldn't it be easier, really? Casual show through the park for MIBR, spearheaded by Bernardson.
That's actually mental. How easy Bernardson makes this look, right? Is the amount of security he provides. We've seen time and time again, even in this tournament, these pops working out so well because the first player doesn't get killed straight away. And then he takes the crosshair away, the second guy gets the kill, and yada, yada, yada. You know how it goes. They pick up the gun, they win the round. Bernardson just shuts everybody down. Immense impact. Bestia. I feel like now it's safe to say they have lost that momentum. We're tied up.
It's very safe to say, Ted. So, this is usually when Bestia sort of turn back, right? Because they lose a big lead, and then Buddha makes a speech, and then they suddenly lock in. Feels like it's their MO by this point.
Going A again. This time they want to make it a little bit quicker, right? You've got both Buddha and Kassan lining up you. So there's the Molly for the vent. Trying to keep these CTs at bay. But LNZ's not really going to get denied information, right? He can just re-peek, see that there's nothing out of middle. So Insani's going to start rotating back. They're going to have 3 players on A at the time of the take. And Venom Zero's got an Incendiary and an HE.
This is tough. The fake is nowhere near to being sold because Venom Zero also can figure out no one's out mid, how deep he's going. 35 seconds, it's cutting it close. These flashes and first entries need to be outstanding. Molly to the back of the site, doesn't affect the CTs. 25 seconds, they still haven't made a move. Now, walking forwards, Bernardson with the first pick, traded right back, but MIBR are losing their players. Bestia are taking control. Low HP bars, but Insani has had all the time in the world to raid it over. This is ridiculous. Has it been spotted? It doesn't matter, because he ends up with a pick. HE to the middle of the site. Nacho on 1 HP, holding on to dear life. NQZ closes in. The Molly puts him into his corner, and NQZ shoves both players into the ground to MIBR for gain the lead.
Such a well-coordinated round out of MIBR. First, the information flow gathered by LNZ and towards middle. Then the support flashes out of the IGL to make sure that the MBK player can get a kill. And even after that, in the 2 versus 3, that was because of how proactive they were in towards B and in towards mid. And Sani was coming in so quickly on that flank. And sure, it was a little bit unfortunate that they turn around and the player in towards squad spots him. He still gets his kill onto Fork. HE on top of the bomb side, make sure that both these remaining tiers are 1 HP. And NQZ shuts them down as if it doesn't matter with the OP. At least the bomb plant for Bestia, so there is a little bit of hope now in terms of the money. But MIBR are dominating that CT side.
Oh, finally, Bestia. Open up.
Second boost. That's mental.
Oh, Venom! Where's that come from?
That's the second boost. Yeah. They killed LNZ, so they were never ready for a second player boosted.
Oh my goodness. And Insani kept his push on from Z as well, so he just took over. Burners in his individual fight also successful. MIBR winning everywhere.
They've just made the map look so CT-sided with this game. It's such a cool gimmick. That double boost up the vent. And they had no aggressive presence in towards B main, so there was no way for them to know. LNZ gets killed. Venom Zero says, thank you very much. I'm just gonna gobble up those 2 kills. Devoured him. Like he really is Venom. He's gonna claim a triple. 16 kills for Venom Zero. And there's no one to fight against him. There's no antidote on the side of Bestia. They need Carnage right now, but I'm not sure if he's around.
Dude, MIBR, the whole team is firing so damn well, right? We're highlighting Venom Zero. Earlier, it was Bernazon, NQZ winning a couple of clutches, LNZ being everywhere, Insani being an absolute demon. Every single MIBR player right now is online. It took them a little bit. Bestia were definitely more warmed up on the server straight away. But if MIBR continue like this on the series, Bestia are in for a world of hurt.
And now you can finally see it. A team like MIBR, they're going to be punishing. They're not making life easy for Bestia right now, winning all of these tight situations. And you couldn't even say that Bestia have been playing a bad game per se. It's been a team effort for both sides. Everyone seems active, everyone seems warm. Cassin proving the point. That's a good start. Can you get your hands on that rifle? Answer's probably yes. But NQZ is watching with the OP. Oh, Burson's heard the bomb.
Ooh. LNZ's double is superb though. Catches 2 out into the open to Margin, having to take most of his life away to end up with a drop. But this is not impossible. Wrong thing is that NQZ is on the other side of that barrel. So, yeah, you're not going to be having too much fun there.
It's such an expensive round, and it's not a bad half buy out of Bestia, but it's just the fact that it allows MIBR to get up to 12. And at this point, you don't care about expensive. Look at the money. Venom Zero is fully bought into this, and he's got $15,400. LNZ is on 9.7k, and Sani's over 10k. NQZ on 7.750. And MIBR get 3 opportunities to steal away Bestia's map pick, and that was supposed to be a sure thing. That was supposed to be a punish. That was an 8-4 half.
And we're seeing an aggressive boost coming out from LNZ. About to give to Margin a world of hurt. First blood for him. Switches sides. Doesn't decide to leave. Which may add to the complication as well, because Timo will continue to push. No, LNZ finally ends up falling.
Insani's looking for a fight, though. Look at Venom Zero's aggressive position. If he doesn't get mollied out, he's in a very good spot to potentially surprise later on. Oh my god.
Insani, the confidence to keep on going for this fight is ridiculous. He's dealing with 3 players, and he's taking everybody on. Finally goes down, but Bunnison wants to follow up of his teammate's success, and with that spray transfer, it's the final nail in the coffin. What a comeback by MIBR. When Bestia slip, it's MIBR to pick up the pieces, and they never let go since.
No, absolutely not. And that was such a devastating way to lose the map as well, right? Getting an 8-4 first half, winning the pistol round in the second half as well. Getting a 9-4 lead, but then dropping around against the force buy, and from that point on, a clean sweep, a blue carpet of CT side rounds for the side of MIBR, and everyone was on point, Pavlos. It was Burnzan, it was LNZ, it was Venom Zero, it was Insani, it was NQZ. Burnzan was 3-0 in opening fights and had 5 multi-kills towards the end of the map. LNZ, again going for a lot of openers, again being very successful. It was a team effort out of MIBR, probably the biggest team effort we've seen out of him since the start of the event.
Completely agree, Ted. And it's shown here with the opening kills, even though Tamajin had such a big impact, so many of the MIBR players, especially on that CT side, contributed to opening things up in their favor. And what a show for MIBR for their first ever contribution into their cash stats in CS2, right? This is a ridiculous showing for them in this close qualifier grand final. And it's a bit of a statement as well. We knew coming into the series that them leaving this open is a clear invitation for BESTIA to pick it up, but it just... MIBR were just prepared for it, right? They knew exactly what to do. They have put up the reps behind the scenes. They have had their prep, and they have their set pieces in line to just steal enough rounds away to pile up that momentum for them. And it just scaled up from there.
Yeah, absolutely. And Venom Zero's performance, that was absolutely remarkable. He's played...
cut to the chase. Everyone give me some space. Don't fall out, we fall into place. Every step walking with grace, amen. Keeping my foot off the brakes. Impact, I'm ready to brace. We fall down and land on our face. Just to get up and finally escape. Wait, boom, boom. Baby, I'm trying to get paid. Legends don't die in a grave. They live through the story they made, okay? Boom, boom. Baby, I'm trying to get paid. Legends don't die in a grave. Hey, legends don't die anyway. I was working on a play today. Body bags covered away. I paved, zipped up like a bathing ape. How many of us then came and stayed? Not too many. I've been staying awake to get it and get right on every mistake. I give them a bite, they taking a plate. It's all been a feeling that I couldn't shake. So I just keep killing till I'm at the gates. We straight, we treat them like worms in a lake. They bake, just give me a drum and a bass. I skate and grind till I'm numb in the face, okay? Don't fuck up my day. Don't talk about clutch, I got ice in my veins. I'm colder than Trey, I stick to the code. I'm glitching the game. I do anything for the win at the end of the day. I gotta cut to the chase. Everyone give me some space. Don't fall out, we fall into place. Every step walking with grace, amen. Keeping my foot off the brakes. Impact, I'm ready to brace. We fall down and land on our face. Just to get up and finally escape. Wait, boom, boom. Baby, I'm trying to get paid. Legends don't die in a grave. They live through the story they made, okay? Boom, boom. Baby, I'm trying to get paid. Legends don't die in a grave. Legends don't die anyways. Boom, boom. Baby, I'm trying to get paid. Legends don't die in a grave. They live through the story they made, okay? Boom, boom. Baby, I'm trying to get paid. Legends don't die in a grave. Legends don't die anywhere.
We built a legacy that defined generations. But history only remembers those who survive what comes next.
That's some resistance, so maybe you can. Eating my words as
Faster.
It's bullets.
More brutal. Unforgiving. Season 20 is here. Write your name in gold.
MIBR on their first ever showing on Cash show success. A W on their HLTV score sheet as we continue forwards. It's not about score sheets though. It's about qualification into Star Series. This is the grand finals of the South American close qualifiers. What a mouthful. And it's Bestia that still want a way back in. Is Inferno the way for them though, Ted? They haven't had a good time here.
No, absolutely not. I think we just got to see how MIBR literally broke the Matrix going through that first map, right?
Sure.
The expectations were you get a 1-for-1, right? Bestia are picking into a cash, they win it. MIBR have never played a cash before. They shouldn't have a chance against the Bestia that's played it a couple of times and won it, right? And especially a Bestia that was 9-3 up. It felt like a done deal, but then MIBR bring it back. They come back into it. They close it out in regulation, not even an OT. They didn't drop a round after being 9-4 down, right? And from that point on, it felt like it was just going to be a 2-0 for MIBR in this entire series. And now going into Inferno, that was supposed to be the map that MIBR win easily, right? Bestia were never supposed to have any pressure on them heading into that second map. It was supposed to be, yeah, we've won map 1, we go into Inferno, it's not ideal for us, maybe we can put up a fight, but even if we don't, it doesn't really matter, who cares? We've guaranteed ourselves a Mirage, and our Mirage is damn good, right? That was supposed to be the story for Bestia, but now everything has changed, and looking at the stake odds, they reflect what the reality is. Because the reality is, Bestia they've played 2 Inferno maps since the start of this month. It was a 4-13 loss to Imperial and another 6-13 loss to Imperial. Their last win on this map was on the 30th of May, and that was against Fluxo. And you look at MIBR, a 13-8 win over Fluxo. Before that, a loss to Big Clan, a win over Lim Vision. And before that, at the Major, losses to Thunder Down Under and Legacy. Before that, a win against Bay. That's one of the maps on which MIBR are prolific, and they are playing well on a domestic level because they've got all of that international experience. So Bestia not only needs to play a map that they usually struggle on against their own caliber of opponent, let's say, but they need to play it against an MIBR that actually likes the map, that is actually on a higher level and has been playing well against these higher level teams.
I will be the devil's advocate here though, Ted, and say that Bestia do their best work when they're under pressure. When they are rolling well, when things are going to plan, when that's when we've seen Bestia crumble, right? Again, this is me being the devil's advocate here and saying this is a very slim possibility. But when they are focused in, they do their best work. And this is the moment to focus in. Realistically, there's also no pressure here. The first map, sure, went wrong, but it's behind them. Now, they can focus on creating some upset for MIBR. And I feel like this is where the experience comes in. From the entire roster, right?
Sure.
I mean, you go into this, Buddha knows how to handle the team. We've seen him kind of rally the team around him earlier today as well. They really want this. They're really going to battle for this, and their backs are against the wall, and I feel like this is where they can do some of their best work.
I really hope that's going to be the case, right? Because MIBR are in such a good position. When you look at a lot of the stats as well that are updated going into this map, I mean, Venom Zero is just becoming a bigger and bigger monster. He's playing one of the best events we've seen him ever play. Ever, right? He's on a 137, 8 maps in, heading into that Inferno. And when you look at some of these Infernos that MIBR have played, NQZ, highest rated player on 137, Venom Zero second on a 124. On the other side, the only player who's on an over 0.96 rating on Inferno in the last 3 months for Bestia is Cassid, right? And he's generally always been a good Inferno oper. But he needs a little bit of support out of the rest. Tomajan, Timo, Buddha, Nacho, they need to step it up and show MIBR what they're made of.
Let's see if they can make it work. If Bestia win this third map required, Mirage coming in. If MIBR do, though, they'll be greeting the rest of the squads already in Star Series. Teams like Vitality, Furia, Mouse, Magic, Aurora. It's a stacked lineup. They could be there alongside them. MIBR now looking to set up this B play. 3 players on the defensive side here for Bestia. The setup's not too bad, but looking to break through the smoke is what MIBR are looking to do. On the site, Bestia are fighting. Together, they'll try. Cassin unable to quite convert, but here comes the frags. Recuperates. Recalibrates. And MIBR now struggling, looking to see if they can find any advantage. Low players to the back of site. Cassin, the lowest of them all. Venom Zera picking up Buddha's headshot. If he ends up getting Cassin as well, it's doable. But with his teammate falling, he gives himself a chance. 38 HP.
Seconds.
Plenty of time to get bombed to the ground, but doesn't believe Tomajan will let him... Oh, Venom Zera! What a quad piece! What a clutch! What a statement!
What a player! This guy is on an absolutely different level. That's why you should get excited about this MIBR lineup. It's not just Insani, it's not just NQZ, it's not just LNZ as the IGL. Venom Zero, this event has been unplayable. I don't know what's happened to him. I really don't know what the case is. I really want to know, though. Where was that? Where does that come from? I know he was already showing us a lot of potential at some of the previous events. He was looking like an exciting piece, especially when it comes down to CT sides. But this is without a doubt the best event we've ever seen out of Venom Zero. And it's such a shame this is a close qualifier and not an MVP event, by the way. Because he's been playing like an absolute beast.
So true. He's been whack.
Oh, he's been quite the opposite of whack.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
whack in the sense that it's been crazy.
Oh. Whack in a good way.
Whack in the good way.
Yeah, don't turn that into a verb, please, because then there's no saving it.
What, whacking?
Yeah. Shall we move on? It's not one of these moments,
I've
Pablos.
already moved on, Ted. I don't know about you.
This is a grand final. It's one of these moments where we need to be serious.
Well, there's a triple player setup here for Bestia, and it's not too bad of an ordeal. LNZ looking to move out first, but he does get ripped off the face of the earth, realizes there's quite the stat, and MIBR change their minds over to this A site, but there are their opponents on the move. Bonus and surprised, headshotted as well. MIBR might be under a bit of trouble. The smokes actually allow Bestia to close the distance. They're on the site. The two players here, Timo and Casso, together lining up their shots. Bestia are sprinting as fast as damn possible. There's no comfort putting on the bomb into the ground. You need to focus on the back lines. That's exactly what MIBR do. And Venom's Era continuing his multi-kill sequence.
Make the right call, stack a bomb, side force by, get a 1D, do whatever you want, maybe even spawn a UFO. Venom Zero is still gonna kill all of you. He's unplayable. It feels like there isn't a situation that he can't get them out of right now. It's multi-kill after multi-kill after multi-kill. He's on a 7-0, 2 rounds in. Shout out Lorgar, our official PC partner. You can go and check them out over at Lorgar Ready to Play. See, I really want to tell you, if you get a PC from Lorgar, you're going to be playing like Venom Zero. I cannot promise that, though, because this is crack. This is alien. The PCs are phenomenal, but this is not normal out of Venom Zero.
This is not normally. Check him PC.
Yeah, check him PC. Check him everything.
What breakfast he's eating, what diet he's on.
Yeah, just run
sleeping
a full body
routine.
check. Yeah, everything.
Blood analysis.
Background check.
Let's see how he. Yeah. Have a look at his gut microbiome as well. Why not? Sani enters with a double. The only thing Bestia have got for them here is Cassin's element of surprise, which that element does not exist on the periodic table, and neither in the game anymore. So, Bestia's first buy consists as an AWP in the hands of Cassin, the rest of an M4A1S's all around. Safe to say they'll need something here. Bestia's difficulty on this map has been fairly evident.
Where do you go? What do you do? First buy round for Bestia. Double up setup. Timo's gonna be closing in. The distance doesn't hard clear the left-hand side. Burst is there for the punish. And you surely know there's gonna be a second player there alongside him. LNZ, Molly. He's hurt Thomason because of it, and they've taken out the Oper. Now they can put pressure on.
MIBR are pushing their chess pieces so casually. It's like one pawn on one end, one pawn on the other, and they're slowly gaining ground. And Bestia can't really do anything about it. Now they're left with Nacho and Buddha on the other side of the world.
Yeah, already calling circles around them. First buy round happens. You've got an aggressive setup coming in. You instantly lose a player. Your Oper gets run down. Thomason's just good for one, and you might not even get to save a gun. Insani spotted the final guy. Natural under a whole lot of pressure. He's got a full bout of util, so he can try and create a little bit of space for himself, but there's no space when Insani's shooting like this.
So, Bestia have been able to avoid Inferno ever since they lost it in that very first series they've had in this tournament against Imperial, which inevitably caused them to drop to that lower bracket. They haven't needed to play it against any other team since, and I think they're pretty glad about that.
Yeah, Yeah, that's what it feels like. I mean,
There's no avoiding
that's
it
why.
now.
Yeah, this is why we had that entire conversation. I think, right?
Sure.
That's why we talked about how important it was for them to win cash and how much of a shame it was that they didn't. This was always supposed to happen, right? MIBR was always supposed to look like the better team on Inferno, but now it feels like guys like Thomason are much more needed, and he's doing a bit of a madness. A triple kill out of Thomason. He's going to go back for more, but he's tagged down NQZ. Has 3 HP, 1 bullet out of the Digo of Buddha.
Sorry, I don't know why I had a squeaky voice there, but NQZ squeezing value from his round here. Buddha has 0 information. Cleared out the site. Surely he's balcony, he says. Surely he's in apartments. Or is he short? Or is he
NQZ
balcony?
knows there's no defuse kit, by the way. He can just hide.
NQZ is toying with him. He's not spotted. Buddha is checking shorts
He's
as
on the
well.
round.
No one's appeared. This is done. Just never show yourself. And because he's the master of hide and seek, he ends up running the round.
That's very tough. Even in a round like this, even with Thomason going above and beyond, he puts on such a good shift to try and make this one winnable. But it just doesn't look so.
To be honest, that was a weaker buy from BESTIA and still an expensive one. They're able to bring that type of performance when they have a full buy.
Yeah. It's just the fact that you need the rounds at some point, right? And especially when we're talking about the T side of MIBR, it might be a case of them just not really caring how they win the rounds as long as they keep winning them. They already have enough money. It's going to be very difficult for the T's to get reset. NQZ's got over $10K.
MIBR on the move all the way through long. They're not making any silent moves. Everything is with BESTIA being in the know. Margin, back of sight. It's a one-on-one. 2v2 actually, but it's NQZ now left by himself as he loses his teammates. Tries to play aggressively, but BESTIA also in his face with 3. And finally, BESTIA able to muck around on the CT side of Inferno.
All right. Does that put a start to anything? That's the big question. They needed to. They're hoping it will. LNZ. Early presence in towards Banana. Gonna try and beat some of that Yuto. We've got a bit of a boost in towards the Porsche though. Thomason gonna get up high. Spray is there. A lot of damage inflicted onto Buddha. Stays committed though. This is such a big risk. He couldn't go back because of the molly.
He ends up falling. Captain never leaves the ship. And this ship has sailed. MIBR. They're trying to spread BESTIA thin. Runners and being quite thin, since now in apartments. And a lot of ground. Thing is, they've left mid unchecked. There'll always be the fear of a potential lurk. That indeed isn't happening, but what can Burners and discover here? Because 50 seconds on the clock, you can still potentially have a chance to move. Shot down, it's forced off a rotation. But the fact that there's no follow-up, 3 players will be in charge of this B-side defense.
MIBR needs to go here. They have no other choice.
Molly's out, smokes as well. No flashes, dry peeks into an AWP, ill-advised. 25 seconds. MIBR needs someone to come off huge. NQZ being led, I think he must be lucky with that one. Headshot landing to the back of the side, but Timo seizing the chance to push by the smoke. That's much more like it for BESTIA, chaining 2 together.
It's a very important fight, very important kill out of Thomason, right? If he goes down, then A, they could get called back. B, there could be a panic rotation coming out of the CT side and MIBR just chill and enter B. right? But this was Tomajan just bringing in a lot of impact from the other side of the map. Shout out ATK Gear, of course. Go and check them out for the best mice in the game.
MIBR now, losing a couple in a row, are in a rough economical spot. And a couple hero rifles available for NQZ and Insani alike.
So this is not a full buy. So now the name of the game is damage, right? Take as many guns out of the hands of the CTs as possible. See what type of position they can put these AKs in. NQZ was thinking about going for the dry peak up middle, but Molotov's going to make him reconsider for now. They do have a smoke and double flash. Judging by the round, you either go B, you smoke CT and you flash in, or if you go A, you just smoke Moto and try and run up short. But it feels like B is a safer option.
MIBR into B, get the pick onto Nacho, upgrade the rifle, and then they'll have 3 rifles available. Suddenly this is becoming a very dangerous round for Bestia.
It is, because Nacho's playing in the blind, right? They have re-cleared middle, but they need to rotate someone back B. If MIBR are realizing it, they need to go. They need to go through the smoke.
So the smoke blocks them, but if MIBR just don't respect it, this map could be theirs. This round could be theirs, actually. Nacho, not yet tested. Timo sprays across, ends up with 1. Nacho also good for just a single pick. Bomb needs to go down, though, and it feels like Bestia want to play aggressive. Great boost. It catches Venom Zero by surprise, but a panic jump buys time for Insani to answer the favor. NQZ spotting out his opponent. He's all by himself, so isolation, a very real possibility. Shut down on Timo with the pick, and Insani now all to himself.
Good position.
It's a high ground. It's surprise for the first, but the second can react to it. Damage aplenty, but not the round. Bestia, that's 3 in a row now.
Yeah, but this is a good round for MIBR. I feel like it's kind of like a gentleman's handshake between the two teams, right? Because MIBR bring in 2 hero AKs, a bunch of pistols, not a lot of util, and they still get 3 kills in a bomb plant, and that was a doable one. If NQZ is able to get 1 more, then Insani is definitely in a winnable position. Was a big triple kill out of him. And they definitely made it expensive. Looking at the money of Bestia, MIBR could still reset that CT side economy if they win 2 in a row. But it is a much more competitive map now. It definitely feels like Bestia have entered. It would have been a shame if that was just a whitewash, if that was just MIBR running away with a massive lead to begin with. And it started feeling like it at the start, didn't it? The first couple of rounds didn't really look as competitive. But now Bestia are showing some teeth.
Oh, what an entry by Insani. It felt like that Modi forced MIBR back, but Insani instead uses that as an excuse to move a little bit more forwards. Nacho returns a favor, and he will stabilize for Bestia.
NQZ can go back.
But he's
he's got the bomb. Does he? They need to call him back. He needs to just get his knife out and run. He's staying.
He might miss the timing.
I mean, the smoke is already fading, so he can't do anything. He's terrified to move.
Oh, they're running away. They realize
goodness.
nothing's gone on into the B site. The thing is to rotate back to the A site. Oh my god, this is huge for MIBR.
There's no way. They were all here, all 3 of them, but they overcomplicated the situation, and now they're on the way back, but Nacho's been left alone. And if the spam doesn't connect, bomb's gonna get planted. This is a 3v3 post plant.
The hero of the story is Silence here. MIBR using that tool to perfection. Not impossible for the Bestia squad, though. 2 defuse kits, a couple of flashes.
Double pull was so difficult to deal with.
Oh my god, and you even have got burners in over in Banana as well to help out. These smokes will be an issue, though. Venom Zera dealt with. You're never going to expect NQZ. He has the element of surprise. Final player discovered. NQZ needs to switch up his position. He's being fairly noisy about it, but Timo on the move, scrambling to find the time to defuse the bomb as well. Ends up falling to NQZ's grasp, and MIBR answer back.
These are the nerves. This is just that. NQZ, why would you think that the bomb carrier would be in towards pool alone? And again, look at these entries out of Insani. That's a monstrosity. Venom Zero going with the multi-kill as well. But as we said, you were never anticipating a second player in towards pool after Venom Zero goes down. It's a big clutch out of NQZ. And again, the money of Bestia. Still enough for a reinvestment. If they lose here, though, they're in big trouble. And Natural's going to try and switch it up.
Oh, boy. It works. NQZ gets caught. That's a big pickup for MIBR. For Bestia, actually. Bernison has a bit of an answer back, pushing through from second mid. But there is backup options available for Bestia. How is MIBR so good at entering? Every single one of them are on fire right now.
They know the B players alone. They spotted the Oper and the Apartments player.
And that's why they're calling to go for this B push. Venom Zera causing chaos towards A, making noise to make Bestia think that that's the position they're trying to take on. Footsteps to drop away the fake. Oh my word. Timo will be baited. But Timo's quicker to the trigger.
They still know where he is. And I think they've made the read that the Oper would have rotated back in towards the B bomb side, and they've heard Timo. He's so loud. They know exactly where he is.
For the chase, a silent, sneaky, beaky chase.
They don't need to plant the bomb. LNZ can just walk long and go and kill Timo, right? They know they have such a good timing right now. They will commit to the plant though.
Oh my word, they've been given the site for free. It's all about positioning now for MIBR. Where do you place your pieces? And how accurate can you be in the process? That smoke shows the idea that there's at least someone in pit.
Venom Zero's got a molly, by the way. If he throws that in towards the apartments or in towards short, that could be massive.
LNZ unaffected. Damage done all across the board, but Buddha dropping. We'll figure that one out. Bestia, a great response. They started out on top, and they'll end up on top too.
Very impactful. Very important as well out of Bestia. A great move out of Timo, to be fair. He's able to win that straight up 1v1 against Insani, and after that to stay alive, make sure that his team has that man advantage. He was so elusive. They had the jump on him, but in retrospect, that actually works out so well. They wanted to prioritize getting that bomb planted. The stake map winner prediction odds still heavily in favor of MIBR. And of course, make sure you go and take advantage of that weekly reload of $35 by clicking the banner below the stream. It might be one of the last reminders we're going to give you about any of that. All of that depends on MIBR and Bestia. Bestia are in a prime position. You win against this force buy, you've got an opportunity to get a 6-6 tied up score at halftime. But if you lose here, this could still mean an 8-4 lead for MIBR. That would be dreadful.
The move is on. Nacho's being tested. That pillar is his natural enemy, though. This is problematic. Buddha's alone. MP9, not the optimal gun.
They know about Thomason, but they've just ignored him. They just let him have fun and started running. He's still going to be able to catch Burzum, but the bomb is dropped inside of the smoke. If they kill Buddha, this round is on, and they get the 1-for-1, and now they can run for the bomb plant. It's a similar situation to last round, but this time both LNZ and Venom Zero on full HP.
Bestia pretty close. They've got time to spare and figure this one out. See what the solution is, what the angles are. LNZ playing aggressive. 1-for-1 may not be good enough. Venom Zero is the clutch man you want to have, though.
Oh my goodness.
The Margin not expecting him there, thinking he could be Cathedral, but now is there coming a switch up. Playing the fountain, and the spray lands! Venom Zero has done it again, and LNZ is a proud leader.
This man can't do no wrong. Everything he touches is just turning into rounds, into clutches, into multi-kills, into headshots. He's elusive. He's omnipotent. Transcending everything that Bestia can do on the server. He's on 14-6. And he's been their best player all tournament long. He wants to end it here and now. Venom Zero is out of this world in this game. They just can't seem to kill him.
He's crazy. And Insani. follows up as well. That's a brilliant opener. In and out from Banana as well. Doesn't fully commit to it. Instead, it's the A site that becomes the target. A high-low available for Bestia, but if MIBR throw everything they've got at this can be hard to defend. Great flash. And the rest of this round is a formality. MIBR have done it, taking over this A site, and the 8th round is guaranteed.
Look at that between Insani and Venom Zero. 26 kills at halftime. How is this fair? How do you play against it?
The thing is, you can tell what's allowed Bestia to get to the point that they've gotten to. They've got certain qualities as well. Comeback potential galore. But MIBR are a bit of a different beast than any of the rest of the competition in the field. That will be it. 8-4 for MIBR as they close out the half on their own map pick. Inferno's looking solid, and a 2-0, a very real possibility.
Made in Brazil are 5 rounds away from leaving Brazil and heading over to the main event of StarLadder StarSeries Season 20. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the grand final of the South American Close Qualifier. MIBR on the CT side of their own map pick of Inferno are just 5 rounds away from closing things out in a 2-0 fashion and grabbing that one and only spot into Series 20. Bestia, they've tried to fight back, but they need that pistol round if they want to stay in the event.
They need a bit of that comeback magic, and maybe this is where it all begins. Venom Zera, quite brutal this whole game so far, and will be starting off with first blood in the first round of the second half. Ends up being dinked, but at a distance can survive a little longer. Cassin challenged over from Banana. Multiple players approaching. How does he end up with 2? Doesn't expect the third one to come around, but Buddha's been set up for success.
Alive?
And LNZ, all that remain, 1 versus 1. This is a bit scrappy, but Buddha's been given a chance. And if there's anyone to do it, it will be a captain v captain fight. LNZ, gets goosed. And there comes a follow-up. Buddha taking the ball by the horns. And the first round of the halftime on this T side, Bestia retrieve it.
They just needed a hero. It's as simple as that. They needed someone to step up. That's been the go-to for Bestia. Venom Zero did it so many times for MIBR in the first half, but Buddha leading by example when it was a similar situation yesterday when they were trying to make it into the top 3. In that lower bracket final, he needed to help Bestia revive them against Flexo and Dust 2. Can he do it again? It's going to be definitely harder.
Not going to be an easy endeavor at all. MIBR have got a buy in them. MP9's FAMAS 5-7. Could be way worse than this. It's been a BESTIA classic to bring comebacks out of their back pockets from time to time. One of the reasons why they've been able to go undefeated so far in that lower bracket. Cass and Buddha both entry without a trade, which leaves LNZ to himself here. And if Nacho and Buddha are the first two that appear on the screen, there's a very real chance he gets a double, but with NQC losing his life, the chances of winning this round goes to 0.
Are you ready for the Burnson highlight?
I mean, even if he ends up with 2, maybe 3, this is still difficult. Oh! He did end up with 3, but Tamarjan stays behind, deals with LNZ. So no panic stations here. All calm and quiet, all chill.
That was terrifying for a second. If the Apartments player had actually gone back and made a mistake, it wasn't ready to pounce, then Burnson has the chance to get all 3 of these kills and then turn around, because he knew about Timo, right? They just lined up for him. They lined up very nicely for him. So yeah, if Timo was in no position for that, or if LNZ wins the fight against Thomason, that could have been a possibility. But BESTIA do win that pistol round. Shout out to Lorgar, ready to play. Go and check them out. Best PCs out there. Click the banner below the stream. It has been a good game for these pistol rounds for BESTIA. They won both pistols on the previous map. And now they've won the second one here on Inferno. So this is 3 out of 4 pistol rounds.
It's giving them the best chance to stay relevant in the game. Nasha could cash up with his Mac 10, but he was fairly low already. Ends up falling quickly. Quite the lineup here. LNZ burning up. Oh boy. Anyway, round was already going to be a quick one, so might as well make it end a little bit faster.
All right, the stake map winner prediction odds still in favor of MIBR, but BESTIA are definitely giving this one a fight. Of course, the weekly reload of $35 is still on offer. The banner below the stream. MIBR, first buy round. NQC with an AWP. Starting in towards the A-bomb side. The bomb is already making its way Apartments, though. This could be a rather quick apps pop out of the T side. That's going to put a lot on Burson's table.
Amazon. Needs to be a little bit careful here. NQZ on for the chase. Low on health. 22 HP to be exact. Bernazon also struggling. But somehow he's able to make this focus, friend. Cassian runs out of bullets as well as he tries to spray and will lose his life in the process. MIBR here. Venom Zero dies, but it's done enough to allow his teammates to join on time. The bomb hasn't gone down yet. BESTIA don't feel comfortable to go for it. So they have to lay low a second and figure out what the lay of the land looks like, which also provides an opportunity for NQZ to provide a lurk.
Are they ready for the Apartments, though? Because they know that NQZ was playing long with the AWP, and then they heard the 2 rifle spam.
2 smokes, but those, do they really help MIBR here? I don't think so. Dry peaks needed all across the road.
Oh, he got the kill.
NQZ finds it just on time. Milliseconds in that, but it couldn't quite keep his teammate alive on time, and his position is now discovered. MIBR close in on him, and with that, introduce themselves to the CT rounds.
You know what? We were talking about Burson before the start of this game, and the fact that individually he's been struggling and been a bit of an anchor for the team. Well, now he's an anchor, but in the best way possible. That flash from NQZ was absolute gold, but it's the fact that Burson stays alive for such a long time. He was never supposed to get a double kill out of this. This is a round of thin margins. NQZ getting that kill a millisecond before getting his head rocked. BESTIA will try and keep the gas on. Pedal to the metal. Try and stay close. They need round number 17.
do. I think the same could be said about both sides. A bit of a swing round, if you will. Could be a very decisive one for the grand scheme of things. So far, nothing out of the ordinary, nothing too over-aggressive from MIBR. Nor from BESTIA.
It could become a little bit easier to hesitate, right? They have a decent amount of util. They are going back in towards the brackets, and with Timo entering apartments, it feels like it's going to be an A commitment, but they still have banana control as well. They might want to send it back. That's a big nade in towards Thomason. But the bomb is heading back B.
Slowly strolling in the direction of B indeed.
They've been re-smoked at 35 seconds, and Sani can just beat the smoke, head in towards the bomb site. And any moment now, the CTs should realize this is not going to be an A play.
Timo's duty is also important, playing anti-flank. No? Okay, joining in on the team. At the very last second, and Sani can hear this, but no realization just yet from MIBR. Self-assisted flash. Buddha able to get a kill even though he had the elbow in front of his eyes. Insani, double kill. That is ridiculous from Insani. And BESTIA just in the nick of time able to put the bomb in the ground. Can they make it work with just a number below their opponents?
They're favored to do so. MIBR, triple flash, low HP on Thomason. Both players stuck in towards banana. At least there's no smoke for the CT side, but they do have the defuse kits as well.
This is going to be difficult. MIBR going to waste a lot of time to clear out the site. Surprise, says Tamajin. Site yet to be cleared. Tamajin taken down. Site now has been cleared and the realization's now swinging. They should know Buddha's here. Bomb diffuser killed, and that's all Buddha needed to do. BESTIA win with no survivors.
They just took a little bit too long. And they thought there was going to be someone on site. It's just the post-plan decision out of BESTIA. It felt like Insani did enough. He should have never gotten a triple kill out of this. MIBR, they just couldn't pull it through. Burnson had to try and protect NQZ on the defusing. He got the kill eventually, but it wasn't quick enough. He didn't really know which side he's protecting him from. Another reminder, the 80k gear giveaway, 8 gaming mice. You can click on the banner below the stream, find out how to sign up. A bit of a giveaway. You are winning tickets just by watching the stream, but you need to link your Kick account.
Such an important round for BESTIA, the previous. Now, MIBR could be in danger. Insani gets one, jumps over the flames, only tags his Achilles heel with that. Holds on even after the HEs. Do they expect him to be in the smoke? They do. So that's cleared. Look at Timo. He's on a bit of a journey of his own. Oh, Banner's in. Yeah, it's cool. That's a massive pick. Out of nowhere.
It's a bit terrifying, isn't it? You might not be expecting NQZ to be in towards the apartments, though, because you did kill the apps player in towards long. NQZ's got such a big play. Hold your horses.
Mother fluffer.
Oh
this
my god.
Is nuts by NQZ. 2 picks, and you still know there's a third player around, or do you? Yes, you realize. Bomb in the ground, and Timo's going to rush to try and plant the bomb, but MIBR have been gifted an opportunity. NQZ putting them in pole position for the post.
He's coming. He's once again called the timing. He's heard one of the players going in towards balcony, the other one on top of the bomb side. They should know.
Venom Zera can close out the distance and nobody will stop him. Doesn't know of this, of course, and Timo going into the cubby. Spotted in his way back. Venom Zera to deal with him. Venom Zera to find both. What a sequence by NQZ. What a masterful play.
This is such a sick play out of MIBR, by the way. It's just the fact that you've got the pit/apps player in towards long, and they thought it was empty. They thought the bomb side would be clear, or maybe you'd be playing pit, you'd be playing the bomb side, or you were double long. They never thought NQZ would be inside of the apartments when you've got the apps player literally being in moto, and no one's looking. Why should they? It's an impossible timing, an impossible setup, and NQZ turns it into reality. And you know what? If you ask BESTIA right now, reality sucks.
That's one way to put it.
Look at the buy. Look at the money. That's all they've got.
Yeah, it's a rough world that they're living in. I'm sure they would have hoped they could just pinch themselves. Awaken with a better status quo, but right, it's a bit miserable right now. Tech9s do permit for a potential fast play, and it does look like they might look for an apartments pop.
It almost worked last time around, right? But this time they've got 3 players here. Venom's here on the bomb side, Burnson right below him, and Burson's in a position where it's impossible to flash him, and he looks so ready. He's just playing for this.
Flash as well in retaliation, an early warning sign. Venom's there ends up with 2. The bottom hasn't even been tested. Burners and jumps in. NQZ also having a piece of the pie. Nacho making it slightly competitive just to have a back and forth conversation. But MIBR take that one home and are now one stretch away from closing out the series and qualifying into Star Series altogether.
Venom's here is 21-12. It's impossible. I mean, you could just see the smile on the face of Burnson. He's had a great map himself as well. It's probably the best map he's had all event long. Probably the best series impact-wise he's had all event long, Burnson. He's been so good at these anchor positions. And that was the full investment out of BESTIA. That wasn't some kind of a half bite that didn't really matter. That was everything they had. And now they're down to the Glocks. Insani giving away his life, but you've got LNZ farming up the eco kills.
My word.
And he will gobble up a 4-piece. It's 12 for MIBR. 4 consecutive map, match, and qualification points. 1 round away from joining Vitality, Furia, Mouse, Navi, Aurora, and Magic. That was the ultimate goal for MIBR. They're so close.
Literally one step. This could be it. A ticket to Star Series 4 2026 is 1 hop away. Would it hurt slightly from that molly? HE. If this continues to be a pursuit for this B hit, MIBR are well equipped for it. Replay is strong. Insani crossing in with a flash. It's beautiful. BESTIA forced off the angle. Do they force off the play altogether? Friendly fire to Imagine both gets a frag on his opponent and his teammate. LNZ spraying forwards, and he's done so much damage. Cassin's all that remains. AWP found him to the floor. That's his comfort gun. But this is the comfort zone of MIBR. They have secured their Star Series 4 ticket, joining the likes of Vitality, Furia, Navi, Aurora. They've qualified through the South American close qualifiers.
What a result that is for MIBR. They were the #1 seed heading into this entire thing by quite a margin, right? Number 16 in the VRS, #2 seed was Imperial, who are under 55, right, in the VRS. So MIBR coming in against Imperial, Fluxo, BESTIA, Shinden, LP, Bounty Hunters, and Galores. They were supposed to go through, but we know how things happen in a lot of these regional qualifiers. What is supposed to happen is not necessarily what ends up happening in the end. MIBR, they had their shaky moments. A 2-0 win over Fluxo in the first round was good. A 13-10 on Nuke and a 13-8 on Inferno. And then we started seeing some of these lackluster results, right? They dropped the map to LP. They were 1 round away. Literally 3 map points did LP have to take MIBR down and send them into the lower bracket, but they didn't falter. They beat LP. They beat Shinden in a 2-0 fashion yesterday with an overtime on Nuke and a 13-6 on Mirage. And dare I say it, this grand final performance, Pavlos, that was the most convincing one of them all. Regardless of being down 4-9 on cash, they brought it back, a 13-9 on cash after a pristine CT side, and Inferno was just a walk in the park.
You see some of the stars of the show as well, Insani and Venom Sarah very much stepping up to the occasion on Inferno. And you are right, Ted. You may see the match scores, the map scores here, everybody, but when you look at the round scores and everything in between, this was the most convincing show of them all for the grand final. MIBR as seed number 1 solidify also their victory and proceed to the main event, StarSeries for 2026, and join the other qualified teams. From the European qualifier already have Magic and Aurora, but the North American qualifier will still be decided today, and you guys can also join in it to see that one as well. I believe the stream is the same, just add a 1 at the end of it and you should be there. But yeah, no, what a journey, Ted. You've got to give kudos to Bestia for being the Grim Reapers of that lower bracket. It required a lot of effort to get across the line on so many of those maps. But yeah, their journey ends here.
I think in terms of Bestia, it was still impressive that they got dropped into the lower bracket and were able to bring it back for such a long time. It's just the fact that MIBR are a much more experienced team, right? They play that level a lot more. They have very high quality pieces. Venom Zero is playing like a madman. Insani's playing like a madman. They have so much pure firepower on this team. I feel like you give them a couple of weeks, maybe a couple of months, and up until it's time for that StarSeries event, maybe NKZ is going to be even more comfortable within the team. This is a lineup that I actually feel like can do some serious damage at a tournament like this. I think obviously there's a lot of teams that are in the top 10 in terms of the VRS, a lot of big dogs right now. You've got Vitality, Mouse on the back of winning Blast earlier today, Fury, Navi, and Aurora. These are all teams that you could potentially say, well, one of them has already won a tier 1 event this year. Maybe you can, or this season, maybe you can make a point that all of the others have a chance to do so as well. I still feel like MIBR is going to be a very good testing ground for them, and I think with the potential they have on this team, they could potentially make an upset going into a tournament like this. So yeah, I'm very excited to see how they do over there.
No, they absolutely have a dark horse status going into that event, Ted. I completely agree with you. And what we wanted to see from MIBR is that they not only can compete at that international level, but also come back home, come back to regional play and show who's boss, right? Sure. You want to show the performance that you've gained, the knowledge and experience that you've gathered through your events in Europe, and throw the kitchen sink at your opponents at regional play, and that's exactly what MIBR were able to do. Folks, thank you so very much for tuning into the broadcast the past few days. Hope you guys had fun with our commentary, but also enjoyed the action the teams provided. I had a lot of fun, and I hope you did, Ted, as well. But that is it for us. Obviously, MIBR.
cut to the chase. Everyone give me some space. Don't fall out, we fall into place. Every step walking with grace, amen. Keeping my foot off the brakes. Impact, I'm ready to brace. We fall down and land on our face. Just to get up and finally escape. Wait, boom, boom. Baby, I'm trying to get paid. Legends don't die in a grave. They live through the story they made, okay? Boom, boom. Baby, I'm trying to get paid. Legends don't die in a grave. Hey, legends don't die anyway. I was working on a play today. Body bags covered away. I paved, zipped up like a bathing ape. How many of us then came and stayed? Not too many, I've been staying.
Buah. Dejate de joder la Galilesa, boludo. $166 esta Galil en Battle Scar. ¿Dónde la viste, boludo? De lo ocurrido, de lo sucedido. Bueno, esta tiene que ser, sí o sí. Chao, Arin. Vamos a poner otro bot bien pete. El mismo, pues. Bueno, termina esta batalla y nos retiramos. Vamos a ver a quién hosteamos. Está el Day y lo hosteamos al Day. Está jugando al LOL igualmente. No lo imaginabas. Después de 12 horitas, casi 13. A las 7 de la mañana, 7 y media con Spirit Mouse. Tun, turun. Bueno, amigos, estamos. No se olviden de unirse a los sorteos que hay en Kedrom, en la parte de giveaways. Bajan acá, código Torocho, Tuki, les aparecen los sorteos que hay activos para depositantes con mi código. ¿Ok? Acá tienen los sorteitos. Cualquier cosa abajo en la descripción tienen el banner. Si no vienen acá, escriben como en Kedrop. Y los puede llevar a Kedrop con un link seguro para evitar que los escamen. Se registren con Steam, código Torocho, les hace los 50 gratis. Y tiene los sorteos exclusivos para depositantes. Recuerden, si van a depositar, ser mayores de 18 años y con responsabilidad. Lo dejo con el Legui. Nos estaremos viendo el miércoles 12 de agosto con la Esports World Cup, amigos.